Good morning, everybody. We will start with about 5-minute delay, but I would like to ask all the speakers for today to take the seats on the stage, so we're all in a good display. So I would like to invite all the speakers to come forward. Thank you very much. So we're about to begin, so please everyone finish up your coffee in the lobby, and if you can take kindly your seats now, we will begin in a couple of minutes. So let's just move over to the lecture hall and then we'll begin in 2 minutes. Good morning, everybody. So let us start the conference. My name is Father Wojciech Grygiel. I'm a professor of philosophy here at the Pontifical University of John Paul II, and it is my great pleasure to be chairing this conference for you today. Fides et Ratio, Copernicus, between faith and reason, yesterday and today. Again, it is my great pleasure to see you all gathered here in such a big numbers. And I just received a note on the general scope of the conference from the organizers. So just to announce and begin the conference, I'll just read out the few points the organizers are asking me to read for you. The organizers of the conference are the Family Home Museum of the Holy Father John Paul II in Wadowice and the Pontifical University of John Paul II in Krakow. It is part of the Totus Tuus Festival, which takes place under the honorary patronage of the President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda, and the President's wife, Agata Kornhauser-Duda. We will also inaugurate the 18th edition of the Days of John Paul II, Faith and Reason, with this conference. The idea of the Totus Tuus Festival is to recall the figure of John Paul II and the universal message he left to the world. The key to the understanding of his teaching lies primarily in the 14 encyclicals he wrote for the Church. They raise the most important social and doctrinal issues. They complement each other and help to better understand the message of the thought of the Polish Pope, who preached the good news with passion and determination. His motivation came from both deep faith and personal experience. By reading the encyclicals, we have insight into the richness of the Holy Father's teaching. When preparing the Totus Tuus Festival, we were inspired by this intellectual legacy. In this year's first edition of the event, we would like to particularly emphasize the importance of three papal documents: Redemptor Hominis, Dives in Misericordia, and Fides et Ratio. Dear participants, it is my great pleasure especially to welcome our guests of honor. I will read the invited guests and then let us applaud them after I finish the presentation. First of all, I would like to welcome His Magnificence, Professor Robert Tyrała, Rector of the Pontifical University of John Paul II in Krakow, and special thanks for being a host to today's meeting, because this is the hall of the university. Secondly, I would like to welcome Mr. Rafał Stuglik, Councillor of the Małopolska Voivodeship, Chairman of the Culture Committee. Thirdly, I would like to welcome Mr. Dariusz Gawenda, the Vice Director of the Department of Culture and National Heritage of the Małopolska Voivodeship. Next, I would like to welcome Bartosz Kaliński, the Major of Wadowice. Then I would like to welcome Mr. Grzegorz Polak, the Director of the John Paul II and Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński Museum in Warsaw. Next, I welcome Mr. Krzysztof Grzesik, the Director of the Hospital for Lung Diseases and Rehabilitation in Jaroszowiec. And also, of course, I welcome Father Łukasz Piórkowski, who is the Director of the Family Home Museum of the Holy Father John Paul II in Wadowice. So now, please, with our applause, welcome all the invited guests. And also, our today's conference is a part of the monthly meetings of the Committee for Philosophy of Science by the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences in Krakow. So I also welcome all the guests from that institution. Welcome. Thank you very much for your coming. Good information is kind of an organization information that we're all invited to lunch, which will be in our lunch break, which is exactly a floor below us. So you just have to step down and turn left, and lunch will be served at 12:15. So you're all invited for lunch today. And now, without further delay, I would like to welcome three introductory speakers for today who will give us an introduction to our conference. So first, I'd like to invite Father Professor Robert Tyrała, the rector of our university, for his short address. Please.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies
drogie
and
Panie, Panowie,
gentlemen,
czcigodni księża,
honorable
księże
guests,
dyrektorze,
honorable fathers, Father Director of the Museum of the Family Home of John Paul II, distinguished speakers, dear audience of this international conference. I would like to thank the Pontifical University. I'm really great that we have been invited to the Totus Tuus Festival, and let me tell you that it is a great honor for us. I'm even more happy because this conference, which is an integral part of this festival, is organized here at the Pontifical University, and this has been also included to the days of John Paul II, which are going to be celebrated next week. And the watchword of the conference is faith and reason, FIDES et Ratio. So I would like to thank for this initiative and for all other initiatives with which we collaborate. And I would like to thank especially Director Łukasz Napiórkowski. The idea of the festival is to think of the person of John Paul II and his universal message that he left to the world. The organizers have written on the website that we were guided by the idea of the perspective, of the new perspective of John Paul II. John Paul II as the person who left a universal message to the world, which is still up to date and still necessary. I would like to draw your attention to the life attitudes of the Pope that inspire new generations. And let me tell you that it was very good. It was a very good idea to create such a festival because it has already borne fruit. We are also happy to see so many young people here who come joining our university. Thank you very much for being here with us. This international conference, titled Copernicus Between Faith and Reason, Yesterday and Today, we are going to listen to distinguished contributions concerning faith, reason, and their place in the Church. It is very important that Church does not evade from knowledge, that the world of science does not neglect faith. On the 7th June 1999, in the aula of Nicolaus Copernicus University, the patron of our university met people representing science and academia, and then he quoted the words of Nicolaus Copernicus. He referred to Copernicus, speaking of the clash, of the discrepancy between faith and reason. And this is what he said: the fragmentarity of knowledge and of the sense destroys integral unity of a human. The quest of a human is cognition, full cognition, because a human being searches for the truth by himself or herself. So we need contemporary science, especially contemporary philosophy, to find each in its own respect is potential dimension, which consists in the search for the final and holistic sense of human existence. I believe that these words are some beginning
do jeszcze większej dyskusji, nie tylko na tej
for a
konferencji, ale
further
także u nas na
debate, not only
uniwersytecie.
at this conference,
Dziękuję
but
bardzo
also in our
za tę
university.
dzisiejszą
I
konferencję,
would
bo ona
like to
jest
thank
także
you
dla
very
nas
much for this
mobilizacją.
conference, for organizing this
Dziękuję za
conference,
debatę dotyczącą
because
poznania
it
prawa.
mobilizes us for further work, for
Wszyscy
further
do tego
debate.
dążymy i
We
tego
all
pragniemy.
would like to be a part of
Oby ta
it.
międzynarodowa konferencja
We hope that this
stała się
international
dobrym zaczynem na
conference
przyszłość.
becomes
I to
a
w
food
wymiarze
for
kolejnym.
thought in future,
Myślę, że tak bardzo
in
potrzebnych
next
właśnie
meetings,
takich
in next
konferencji i
conferences
wydarzeń naukowych.
and scientific events.
Także właśnie w tym
Also,
akademickim
in this academic
miejscu, jakim jest
place,
Uniwersytet
as-
Jana Pawła II.
as we have here,
Życzę
I
Państwu
would like to
wszystkim
wish you all
słuchania siebie nawzajem
listening
oraz
to each
dobrej
other
dyskusji po wystąpieniach.
carefully and fruitful
Dziękuję bardzo za
debate
uwagę.
after all the contributions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this very concise and insightful word. Now I'd like to ask for a presentation or a quick introduction, Mr. Rafał Stuglik, please.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, ladies and
dzisiejszego
gentlemen.
wydarzenia, spotkania
In the appreciation of the importance of today's meeting, I would like to quote the address of our host, the Marshal of Małopolska Province, Mr. Witold Kozłowski, and I have the honor to represent him and to read his address. To the organizers and participants of FIDES et Ratio Copernicus, between faith and reason, yesterday and today. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you cordially. You participate in the first edition of the festival, Totus Tuus Festival, which is devoted to the issues of faith and reasons. And two important heroes are John Paul II and Nicolaus Copernicus. The organizers are the family home of John Paul II in Wadowice and Pontifical University of John Paul II. In the preparation of the event, we celebrate Nicolaus Copernicus' year and the 40th anniversary of the election of John Paul II to be the Pope. So the key for understanding the universal message left by John Paul II is held in the encyclicas because they touch upon the most significant social and doctrinal issues which complete each other, and they help us to understand the thought of John Paul II. In the context of today's meeting, we need to stress FIDES et Ratio, which is one of the most important documents written by John Paul II. The contributions planned for today's conference, which are going to be presented by distinguished speakers who are going to present the results of the research which concern the work of John Paul II, will become an important step in your fascination over science and will show the connections between the two famous poles. I would like to welcome all the foreign guests of the conference, FIDES et Ratio, and I would like to wish you a fruitful debate and good discussions. Marshal of Małopolska Province, Witold Kozłowski, and also I would like to join in these words of welcome and wishes, and I hope that the results of the conference will be measurable and such initiatives will be continued in future, because we live to discover the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and now is the time for a few words from the director of the Museum of John Paul II in Wadowice, Father Łukasz Piórkowski, please.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
mamy świadomość, że żyjemy w świecie, który wkracza w nową epokę, w nowy okres, ale zdefiniowanie tej nowości jest niesłychanie trudne.
but it is really difficult
Życie
to
codzienne
define
komplikuje
that
się ze
era.
względu na
Our
niespotykany nigdy
everyday
wcześniej
life
rozwój
is
środków
as complex as ever. We are also it is also complicated by the multitude of communication means and globalization. Our distinguished speakers and the contents that they prepared provide us with measurable tools and space for thinking, for reflecting over contemporary times. I am really convinced that the quality of the contributions will teach us how to be a human being close to other people. Quality, knowledge and experience of the great speakers will be a reference point which will help us and which will invite us to learn about faith and reason, to observe Christianity not as a stagnation, but as a willingness to shape and influence the world. That is why I would like to express my gratitude for Priest Robert Wozniak for his involvement, and I would like to thank the speakers for accepting our invitation to co-create the space for the inspiration of our minds. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude for people representing the secondary school number 5 in Krakow. This is our secondary school. I co-created that. That is why I'm really happy that number 5, as we call it, stands for the values that represent us, curiosity of the world and diversity. So that is why I would like to wish you good space for reflection and inspiration. So please co-create this event with us.
Thank you very much. You might be wondering where Professor Heller is. He's on his way. So he's coming. I just called him, and he will be arriving here in about an hour. So we'll be all happy also to see him as our speaker. I thank you very much, all the speakers so far, that you were so brief. That's why we started late, but now we have an opportunity to start our lectures just on time. As I see on the plan here, we have a discussion at 3 p.m., but I think this is a panel discussion, so it's usually a custom in every conference that following every lecture, we will have about 5 minutes for questions. And we will do that here too, so after each lecture, there will be a chance for 5 minutes of questions. And if you do have a question, please remain very, very brief, because we want to allow as many people as possible to ask their questions. So just quick questions to the lecture that was just presented. So thank you very much for observing this rule, but we would like to have as many as possible people participate in the discussion. Of course, there's later coffee time. Everyone can approach a speaker and ask their particular question or clarification. So it's exactly 10 o'clock, and without further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker, Professor Giulio Maspero, from the Pontifical University of the Holy Cross in Rome, who will present a lecture entitled Quantum Fractals and the Cappadocians, Comparison and Correspondence in the Knowledge of the Universe. Professor Maspero, thank you very much for coming, and the floor is yours.
First of all, thanks a lot for the invitation and the perfect organization. I'm really impressed, and my slides are here. I was worried about the slides, and everything works very well. So the mic is working. So the title of my speech is Crazy, Quantum Fractals and the Cappadocians. This is the object. And the method I'm going to use is a comparative method, because I'm joining physics and theology. And what I will try to show is that there is a correspondence, a convergence between these two areas of research, at least in my life. So maybe it could be crazy to read the title, but it's a sort of description of what I experienced. I switched to theology when I was 33. I became a priest, and when I was a physicist, I was a layman, just attracted by reality, by the word. And faith helped me to read through that rules, through that harmony, the author. And because of that, my switch was somehow smooth. Yesterday, I was at the Polish Academy of Science with Karol Żykowski, who's a physicist and who was working with my boss when I was part of my research group. And so even existentially, there are connections with Krakow. So the menu, what I'm going to do is to go through a very quick introduction. And then we will have the starting point, that is Copernicus, and as an Italian also I'm deeply interested in seeing the continuity and also a little bit of difference between Copernicus and Galileo. And then I will switch to what I did also as a physicist, to quantum fractals. I will define everything later. And then I will switch to the second part of my life with the 4th century, when some fathers of the church, some bishops, very learned men and theologians, develop a new version of metaphysics somehow, starting from Revelation. And what they changed is really interesting if we read it from the perspective of postmodernity, or what we are experiencing now. And because of that, I will end with the liar paradox, and I will define everything later. That is the liar's truth, in my opinion, that will be like a bridge to Gödel's theorem and things like that. So, in the end, what I will present has two parts. The first one is physics, the second one is theology, and I want to show a correspondence between the two different parts. And so we start with the introduction, and so I already said, it's not a joke what I'm going to say. It's my life. It's strange that a physicist could talk about theology. I have a cousin, she is 20, and she studies psychology, and she used to tell her friends that she had a cousin who is a priest, but he is smart. And this is something strange. And also something that is completely different with respect to what Copernicus lived. When we read his works, we see that everything comes out of wonder, because the sky is beautiful and there should be a source of beauty somehow. And I come from a place in Italy, a town that is in northern part near the Alps, Como, Lake of Como. This is the cathedral, and on the facade of the cathedral there are two statues, and if you ask the people around who they are, they could say, oh, maybe on the left there is St. Paul, on the right, I don't know, St. Peter. They have no idea, no clue. But in reality they are two pagans, Pliny the Younger and Pliny the Elder. The latter is a humanist, a sort of a scientist of the time, and the other one was a politician. And so we put in, at the same time when Copernicus was living, this is in the switch between the 15th and 16th century, my citizens, the citizens of my place, put two pagans on the facade of the cathedral. So it's like building a cathedral now in Krakow and putting Hawking there. That's crazy. We wouldn't do that now. But that was normal for them. And also where, as Pope Francis says, we are living in a change of era somehow. We are switching from modernity to postmodernity. In these times, I think that we should rethink this separation between science and theology, between faith and reason, as St. John Paul II prophesied somehow. But we have philosophers and theologians who are stressing this point. For example, Etienne Gilson wrote that it's because of their physics that metaphysics grows old. This is very deep. We cannot do metaphysics without a physics. But physics always change because we discover more things, because there is a depth in reality. And so we have to rethink always what we think. And Jean Danielou wrote in another very interesting book, it's from physics that today we return to metaphysics. So there is a journey that is very interesting, and I would just show to you what I did in this journey, starting with Copernicus and Galileo and their relationship. So in the preface to De Revolutionibus, Copernicus explained to the Pope Paul III why he introduced heliocentrism. And the reason is very simple, because the numbers didn't add up. So there were problems in mathematics. And because of that, in a very fair way, he introduced a new hypothesis. And he wanted to do that always within the limits of human reason, recognizing that the world is bigger with respect to our capacity to control it conceptually. This is very important. There is an excess of reality with respect to what we can understand. This is very useful also in normal everyday life, because if we think that we can understand the person we are talking with, this is very dangerous. The person is always somehow beyond our capacity. Within wife and husband, for example, this is obvious. No husband could think of understanding his wife. This is impossible. No? But also the vice versa. This is rarer in my experience, but we will see. So when we move to the literature on Galileo, we see that people usually stress a lot that he abandoned metaphysics. I underline here some sentence. The idea is that we should give up the possibility to control the substances, the essences. And we just should focus on the relationship, the quantitative relationships between the essences. This is somehow the birth of modern science, and this is true, in my opinion. What I don't like is that, for example, this author, Franz Brunetti, who edited the Opera Omnia of Galileo in Italian, the idea is that there is a division. So there is an opposition between metaphysics and science, and modern science. In my opinion, through postmodernity, in postmodernity, we should rethink this opposition, because if we are fair and we look to what happened, if I look at my life, there is a convergence. And this is much more interesting, in my opinion. So if we go to Galileo, it's quite true that he said, okay, I cannot express the essences of the planets, of the spots on the sun, and so on, but I can study how they are related, how they move, the dynamics, and things like that. And behind this, there is always a metaphysics. We cannot do science without a metaphysics. We cannot do metaphysics without a physics, but also vice versa. And in fact, Galileo had somehow a Pythagorean backdrop, because he thought that language is written in numbers, in shapes, in circles, in lines. And this is somehow true, but it's not perfectly true. And this is proved by the development of physics. Because, for example, this man, Benoit Mandelbrot, he's a famous mathematician, a physicist, who wrote in the last century a very interesting book about the fractals. He introduced the idea of fractals, that comes from the Latin fractus, is broken, and his idea was that we should introduce into mathematics, and because of that also into physics, objects that are quite different with respect to lines. They are not smooth. Even the closer you get to them, the more details you get. So these fractals are made in such a way that if you get closer to the shape, the length of the shape grows. If you get closer to a line, the line stays there. It's just the same. But fractal has somehow an inner life, inner detail. So they come out the closer you look at them. And because of that, they have fractional dimension. a line has dimension 1. On the contrary, this line, that is a Koch fractal, has dimension 1.28. So it seems crazy. Is this just fantasy, imagination? No, because if we do the study, if we research the length of the coast of Great Britain, for example, the closer we get, the more details we see. And so there is a proof in this very book by Benoit Mandelbrot that the dimension of the coast of the Great Britain is not 1, is 1.21. And this number, this dimension, depends on the place. For example, Norway has a dimension that is higher, 1.52. And so this seems crazy, but it's useful to study the world, because the world, this reality, is written not just with lines and numbers, but also with fractals, with different shapes, with different mathematical elements that we are discovering, imagining, and so on. In the end, what the physicists did was to think of physics as something incredible. This is a sentence by Richard Feynman, who is maybe one of the most famous scientists, physicists of the second half of the last century. Because he described physics in his lectures, they are maybe the best book in physics, in this way. It's like a chess game. He wrote, made by the gods. So there is a religious reference somehow. And the idea is that we human beings can look at the chess game and learn the rules. And in the end, we can become capable of playing chess. And this is wonderful, if we think, because this means, in his metaphor, that we can communicate with the gods somehow, at least playing chess. So the author, the creator of the chess game, and us, human beings, we have something in common, a common logos. And this word is exactly intellect ratio, what is in the couple Fides et Ratio, and Fides et Ratio. So the development of physics proved that this chess game has even more details, more rules, more elements, mathematical elements that we couldn't imagine. So I switched to quantum fractals, to the second part of the first physical section of my talk. And at the beginning, in the 17th century, 18th century, the idea of the physicists were, again, driven by metaphysics, by rationalism. So the idea was that reality is written in number, and we can see this sentence by this text by Laplace. If we are capable of describing all the position of the particles and compute, we have very powerful computers, we can know the development of everything, the past, the present, and the future. And the philosophers were, some philosophers, the Christian philosophers were perplexed by this position, but the position proved false within science, not from theology, but within science itself. For example, Poincaré showed that what Laplace said is true for very few systems, very simple systems. For example, 2 points interacting. But if you had a third point, an ideal point, not just a real point with dimension, weight, and so on, imperfections, there is no real sphere. You know, if you look at a sphere in reality is not perfectly spherical. There are distortions there. It's impossible to produce an ideal sphere, and so on. So, according to Poincaré, we cannot know the real initial position of anything, because reality is not continuous. We have atoms, so you know that this is essentially empty. When I do this, I'm touching the forces. I'm repelled by the forces that are joining the atoms and so on. And this is crazy for us, but it's very useful to do science because it opens your mind. It helps you to imagine. For example, I live in Rome, and there are a lot of ruins there, of stones there, and people say that, okay, this is for archaeologists, and because they are able to imagine how the building were. And so you see stones, they see buildings. They see the palace, and you see just the ruins. But it's the same in every science. Every science is developed through imagination. To be a scientist, to be a physicist, you have to imagine what you don't see, because it's not obvious. You should measure something and get an idea. So I think that what Poincaré pointed out is really important, because in the end, we cannot foresee the future, if not for just a short time. So he discovered chaos, that is the dependence, critical dependence on the initial positions of the system. Think, for example, of the picture on your left. You see that if you move on that angle, you can go to the right or to the left. You don't know where you are ending. The ball can fall there on the left or on the right. If you play billiards, usually you don't have round obstacles inside the billiard, because if you put those obstacles, you cannot play the billiard anymore. A billiard becomes a pinball, where the reaction of a ball is unpredictable, because there are round obstacles in it. So these are non-linear systems. And the importance of these systems for not just mathematics, but for reality, appeared with Lorentz in 1972 by chance. Many discoveries were done by chance, because he was developing a model for meteorological forecasts. And he put some numbers into the computer, in the input, and got some output. Then he wanted to check the result, and he put the same starting condition, starting positions, but not the full number, because he was bored. So he put just half the numbers after the comma. So not just 12 digits, just 6 digits. And the results were completely different. So he discovered that if you slightly change the initial position, the result is completely different. And his formulation is a little bit crazy, because the title of his talk in 1972 was, "Can the beating of wings of a butterfly in Brazil cause a tornado in Texas?" The formulation from a philosophical point of view is dangerous, is a little bit biased, because we should say, should the forecast of good weather or tornado in Texas depend on the beating of wings of a butterfly in Brazil? So it's about knowledge. It's not about cause, metaphysical cause. This is, in my opinion, something that philosophy teaches us that is very important. So from this world, from these systems, they are normal, they are majority of systems. Reality is complex. We get fractals in the space of the speeds and the positions. And fractals are this complex figure that the closer you get, the more you see. That also means that if you start from two very close positions, you end in very different parts of this figure. And we can determine how chaotic these fractals are with something that is the Lyapunov exponent, but it is a measure of this chaoticity. So this is a measure of how complex this is. And this is present in nature. For example, Jeremy Brown knows a lot about medicine and so on, you can ask him. But for example, in the ion channels in our body, we have a structure that the closer you get, the more you see. In the ECG, our heart rates are chaotic somehow. Our lungs, again, are chaotic. And this is wonderful, because if you look at these different systems from the perspective of fractals, you can see similarities, you can compare things that are really different. airways and lungs, vessels, forests, earthquakes, financial crises, systems that are completely different, somehow share some mathematics because they are complex, because they are what we should call crazy, but they are not crazy. So when we look at physics, this slide is very important for me, at least. This is a big synthesis of physics, of modern physics, because we have four main fields. The first one is at low speed and big dimension, that is classical mechanics, that's what we are used to. So if I throw something to you, it obeys a very simple law that you study maybe in your high schools. But what does it happen if we move to very small scales? In that moment, we discover quantum mechanics. We discover that they are not just particles, but that particles are behaving like waves. And so there is another physics coming into when we are moving at slow speeds and very small dimension. Then we have high speeds and big dimensions, large dimensions, that is relativity. And then we have high speeds, high energies, and small dimensions, that is quantum field theory. But it's not our world somehow. You know, we don't live. We live in this very tiny part of the universe. So, and we live at low energies, not very high. We're not superheroes. We are normal people. And so, when we go to systems that, in the classical domain, in the classical field, are chaotic, what do we get on the quantum side? This is what I studied, because the development of physics discovered that electrons, for example, are not just balls, little balls that you can throw through two slits like bullets, but they interfere like waves, like on the sea. And so this is serious, because you cannot foresee the position of an electron and at the same time know with the same precision its speed, its energy. This is the Heisenberg principle. So this is a metaphor of this. When you take a picture of a ball, if you close the camera, it's very quick, the camera, so you get the position, but you don't get where the ball is going. If you have a slow opening of a camera, you can see, because the picture is somehow you get the motion, and you see the direction, but you don't see where it is, where the ball is. And so this is an example of what we have for electrons, and this is interesting. So what do we get when we develop models and systems that classically on big dimensions, but at low speeds are chaotic? When we move to the small dimensions, we get quantum fractals. So they're studied also here in Poland a lot. Karol Dzikowski yesterday gave me a book on this by a Polish author. So the idea is that there is a size that is related to a constant, that is a Planck's constant. And if you are above, a lot above that size, you see the fractals. And the quantum wave follow these fractals. So you have a quantum fractal. But if you go to dimensions that are below this size, the quantum effect somehow erase the fractal, erase the chaotic effect. That means that there is an inner cut in our possibility to know the real system, to know reality. So we have to choose either chaos, complexity, or quantum mechanics. There is a smooth movement from this side to the other. And what does this have to do with theology? This seems crazy. And now I will try to show. This is the Lyapunov exponent and the Planck's constant that works in these different domains. When we move to the Cappadocians, first of all, we should admit that we can make a model, a physical model of something that is not free. Because we are free and we can choose what to do. So we don't obey as a body. I obey, it's very sad, but obey the gravitational force, and the more I grow old, the more I obey the gravitational because I get fat, and so on. But as a human being, in my decisions, I'm not conditioned by gravity. So I choose to wake up or not wake up in the morning. You cannot say, I'm not going to wake up and go to the conference because of gravity. No, because of your freedom. You decide. And also another big difference is that when we look at the cosmos and the physical world, we are looking at something finite. On the contrary, when we move to God, God is infinite according to Revelation. And so He is a source of being, a source of life, a source of beauty. Because of that, we have a gift only through theology. This is very important. We talk about love. Okay, do you want love? Let's go to God, because there is just finite love. If you look at Aristotle, for example, his idea of friendship is crazy. You can be friend also only with someone who is like you. So he's worth of your friendship. All people cannot be friends because they have a terrible character. They are annoying. You cannot be friend with God. On the contrary, through Jesus, we discover that God is our friend. He died for us. So in the theological picture, there is a gap. And that gap, this is in London. Jeremy Brown knows very well the picture. In the tube, you can listen and read everywhere, Mind the Gap. And the gap is very important because it's about freedom. It's about the difference between theology and physics. But the theologians in the first century liked a lot physics. There were, like Copernicus, like Galileo, people who studied both physics, medicine, theology, philosophy. And because of that, his idea was to study the sky, the planets, as Copernicus, to see the wonder, to be amazed by that those phenomena. And in this text, that is really deep, in my opinion, we see how Gregory of Nyssa, who is an author of the 4th century, a Cappadocian, he was the brother of Basil. He stressed that just as Galileo said, we cannot express the essences. We cannot express the substances because they are beyond. We can just look at the relationships between things. And this is very deep, in my opinion, because this gap caused somehow a reshaping of metaphysics, of Greek metaphysics. According to Aristotle and Plato, everything, every being could be translated into concepts. According to the theologians, this is impossible because our ability to translate into science, into sentences, into concepts, what we see is limited. Reality is always bigger. That means that our thought should always be open. Curiosity is the main important virtue, in my opinion. My father used to say that it's the mother of science. When you meet someone who asks good questions, this is a very good friend. This is precious, because we need questions. On the contrary, when you read that all is solved, that someone has the solution of everything, be cautious. Totalitarianism starts there. When there is just one thought, everything is the same. I like the political incorrect, not because I agree with it, but because it opens questions. On the contrary, when we stop asking questions, that's really dangerous, in my experience. So, we can get to the last part of the theological section of my presentation. In Paul, in his letter to Titus, we read a sentence that comes from a Greek philosopher. The Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, greedy bellies. This testimony is true. So this is the liar paradox present in the New Testament. If I say I'm a liar, I'm telling the truth, that's crazy. because you cannot decide, is this true or not? If it's true, it isn't true. It's false. So our thought gets crazy in this. And this is a perfect example of how we cannot close a system. In modern logic, we have Gödel's theorem. It says that when we start with axioms and we develop the theorems, we get to some theorems that are not decidable. So we cannot say, is this true or is this false within the system? We should think, okay, the only way is to decide what this logical system is representing. So the validity of the system depends on the relationship with reality. The system should be open to work. And in the Cappadocian theology, this was approached from the perspective of the relationship between time and eternity, because God is infinite and also eternal, because he is infinite. On the contrary, the creatures, we are finite. What physics study is finite. And so we should develop a new understanding of the world, and that these problems came from ancient. This is a sentence by Thales, and he couldn't decide what is before, day or night, because it's like the egg and the chicken. It's impossible to say who or what was first. So Basil, the brother of Gregory of Nyssa, who was a great bishop, when I think of John Paul II, I think of Basil, because he was incredible, very good philosopher, a good theologian, a very good politician. He was incredible, very, very complete man that somehow shaped his time, and also the founder of monasticism, so something really, really deep. So the idea of Basil was that the Father is eternal, because he is God. But the Son is the Son of the Father. So if the Father is Father from the eternity, also the Son should be from the eternity. So we have a relationship, fatherhood, and another relationship, sonship, that should be eternal. And in this way, it was impossible to say that the Son, that means Jesus, was a creature, so that he was just born in time without existing before as Son. That was their problem. Because if you have two eternal beings, and you put a distance between them, this distance is either inexistent or finite, but if it's finite, it doesn't matter. So if you add 10 to infinite, you get infinite. It's very simple. On the contrary, if you say that there is a difference, you are saying that both the Father and the Son are not infinite. And so you get a logical problem. And these problems, these issues are really deep in mathematics and logic. And in the end, we get to Gregory of Nazianzus, who was the third, the friend of Basil. They studied together in Athens at the university. It's wonderful. They were relatives and friends, and there were three, just as the Trinity, so they are somehow a theological trinity, I say. And this man, Gregory of Nazianzen, who was also a poet, a great poet, said, okay, you should admit that it's possible that all the solutions are wrong, just as we have in the liar paradox. So, in the end, he got to say, look, our thought should be open because God is always beyond, but also reality is always beyond our ability to formulate it. And what is very interesting for me is that the starting point of Gödel's theorem is exactly the liar paradox. So the Cappadocians somehow, without knowing, anticipated something that came in our times, in the 12th century. And both physics and theology converge, saying that there are limitations to our ability to formulate, to translate into concepts our idea. I will skip this slide and go to the conclusion because I'm approaching the end of my time. So you have this picture that you know very well, Cécine pas une pipe. This is an image of a pipe. It's not a pipe. So the representation is not real. This is very important today because we live in a culture made by images. We have kids that see for the first time a fish on the screen, and not in the lake, on the river. This is dangerous because the fish on the screen is perfect. On the other way, the real fish smells bad, you know. And we are not able anymore to get in touch, to have real relationships, because every human being is not perfect. It's not ideal. I help people with problems in marriages because the wife complains because the man, is a male. He's hairy. He's hairy. He cannot listen to me when he listens to the TV. It's normal. We can do just one thing. You have translator. They are women because women can do many things at the same time. On the contrary, our CPU, the male CPU, is limited. We can do just one thing. If we read, we cannot hear. We are sorry. So we should admit this. So this point is really important. And Thomas Eliot has a wonderful poem, and this verse is wonderful to me. Between the idea and the reality, between the motion and the act, falls the shadow. If we don't accept that our intellect is limited, and because of that it should be open, we lose everything. We lose poetry. We lose beauty. We lose the meaning of our lives. And in the end, what I've tried to explain to you in a crazy attempt, I do recognize it, so I beg your pardon for being so daring. The first part, the physical part, was started from Copernicus, who introduced heliocentrism because there were problems in mathematics, in astronomy. And Galileo developed this approach also somehow on the epistemological side, highlighting that we have to renounce to the possibility to know the substances, to study just the quantitative relationships. In physics, Laplace, seeing that mathematics were working so well, thought from a rationalistic metaphysics that we could foresee everything, the future, that everything is ruled by necessity. On the contrary, within physics itself, Poincaré showed that chaos exists, and somehow chaos protects us. In Rome, this is evident, it's apparent. You know, I studied chaos and then moved to Rome. And if you go to Rome, please get prepared to chaos because traffic jams everywhere. It's not like Cracow, it's much different. So, Poincaré discovered the role of new mathematical realities. There are fractals. And the study of physics tried to understand what happens in the quantum field of these systems that are chaotic. And because of that, we discovered that there is somehow a smooth shift from the classical domain to the quantum domain that share the fact that our possibility to know is limited by some cut, by some dimension. And in the end, this from the theological side is not surprising at all because we studying the Word with the light that comes from divine revelation, from Christian revelation, discover that essences cannot be controlled, cannot be translated into language, but we can study relationships, relations with God. For example, revelation is a relation. Robert Wozniak is an expert of this. And they even use the liar paradox to express this, that is connected to the modern theorems of incompleteness and the fact that we cannot reduce reality to logic. And this is something that for me is very interesting because there is a convergence between physics and theology that we can see only if we take a comparative approach that is not so fostered in our time. We think that FIDES on one side, science on the other side. But if we look at both of them, as Copernicus did, we get a wonderful picture, a much richer picture that can also help us to live and find the meaning of our lives. And that's all. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful lecture. Well, I think I will disagree about not a lot of traffic in Krakow. Please try to get through the city in the rush hour. So I think we get pretty much crowded too here in Krakow. So yes, now we have about 5 minutes for questions. So if there is any questions from the audience, we have now the 5 minutes to ask a question. Yeah, there's a question, okay? So is there anyone with microphone? This is going to be the tough question, I guess.
Thank you very much, Giulio, for this wonderful lecture. We know each other for centuries now, and I have to add that Father Giulio has 2 PhDs. The first one is in chaos theory in Milan, and the second one is about the Cappadocians and the Trinitarian theology. What surprised me very much in your talk was, I mean, one can have a kind of impression that you claim that Cappadocians were nominalist or pre-Kantian. And is it true, really? I mean, there are some similarities, but are there as well differences? Because it's very strong and strange to say that they, I mean, this is true, they don't believe in possibility of knowing essences. Apophaticism is very strong here. But at the same time, I think that they maintain against Kant and medieval nominalist, the possibility of knowing reality. So this is my question.
Thanks for the question, because it helps me to be clear. And the point is that the adversaries of the Cappadocians were Platonic in epistemology. So in their view, there was a perfect identity between the things, the beings, and the concepts and the names. And so a one-to-one correspondence. So this is dangerous, and you should correct that. So the correction is not in the line that we have just names, so there is no relationship between names and reality, but is that we can find some relationships without being ever able to control perfectly, to express perfectly what God is, and because of that, what reality is. Because the perfect full meaning of what we see, of the planets, of the stars, is the Son of God. Because according to Revelation, everything was created in view of the incarnation of the Son. So the star speaks of the Son. We have psalms saying that the star speaks the name of God. So everything is liturgical. This is wonderful. But you can do that when you accept that you cannot control with your mind the reality of things, the depth of what we have. Otherwise, you get to the cart and you are entrapped in your mind. So now we are living in a world that is crazy in the medical sense, I would say, because we are trying to be free by ourselves. So I'm free if I can choose something, because the starting point of freedom is the subject enclosed in his mind. So I'm free if I can choose. But when I choose, I'm not free anymore. Even worse, when I choose something, I'm giving up more things. And so every choice is dangerous, is giving up. It's not freedom, it's the contrary of freedom. Because of that, we have panic attacks. We have an epidemiology. Yeah, because before going to the university, I have to decide engineering or physics or philosophy, theology. And you do something, you're giving up all the other parts. And that doesn't work anymore. So we are free only when we are in relationships. When, for example, in Rome, I don't want to, in Rome they sell a T-shirt that is not sold only in Rome, where there are the marrying couple, so the bride and the bridegroom, and she is smiling and the man is sad, and written down there is game over, because you have already chosen and you cannot have fun anymore. This is crazy. This is moral. This is the card. This is when there is no relationship between beings and concepts. But if you follow a connection and admit that this connection is a gift somehow, you can discover that in marriage you get freer, even if you're limited, because, for example, you can engender. There is a door that is opening before you that introduces you to a new dimension of the world that you cannot explore by yourself. This is something that we should stress a lot as believers, because our world is in crisis because of that. We go to war because of the cart, because we have lost this connection. Sorry for the passion, but I'm Italian, I beg your pardon.
Thank you very much. Any more questions to Professor Maspero? Yes, we have one more question.
Maybe a comment by a layman. I have an impression that we are somehow, excuse me for the exaggeration, we are somehow enslaved by the Aristotelian ontology. So even in your lecture, I found a couple of times a reference to a classical ontology, which, as you proved, simply does not work if we take into account the results of modern physics or whatever. And if we just, let us imagine, if we just abandon the classical Aristotelian ontology, on which is 100% of Catholic theology is built, and replace it with some kind of relational theology, that we defined beings by relations, and then we are not forced into thinking what was first, God Father or God Son, because this does not, it is irrelevant, it doesn't make sense. What defines them is the relation between them. And if we do this, we are, I think, both we can reconcile theology with modern physics, and we don't run into many intellectual problems like the one that you mentioned. But this requires kind of revolution in thinking, some kind of Copernicus revolution, just to abandon classical Aristotelian ontology.
I agree and I disagree.
Could you please introduce yourself?
Pardon?
Introduce yourself.
My name is Wojciech Grygiel. I'm a physicist from the Institute of Physics, Polish Academy of Sciences.
Thanks a lot. So I agree and I disagree. We can talk more because our world where we live is not the quantum world. So we use quantum for our TVs, but it's not. So Aristotle was observing something that is real. So I think that the right things to do, the right way of approaching this is like moving from classical mechanics to quantum mechanics. So we should look for a smooth transition. And also, if we give up completely substances, that's dangerous. It's different to say that we cannot know perfectly and translating into concept substance, and saying that we just have relationships. Because in that way, we have a fluid world where we don't find the meaning of lives and we don't find who we are. So in postmodernity, we are at a crossroads. Either we go fluid, but then we are alone. So we go to the east completely, to Heraclitus, to Dionysius. So you should accept there is no love anymore, because if you love someone, you are risking your life. So you should be an essence different from the other essence. So we should keep essences. But at the same time, we cannot get closed essences as with Aristotle. So my idea is to have essences and relationships at the same time. And this fits well also with physics and with philosophy. And we have a smooth transition. But this is a dream somehow. It's not done. It's something to develop. So thanks a lot for the very deep question. And we can talk more.
Thank you very much for this answer. Actually, I was thinking about asking a very similar question and actually considering maybe substances as some kind of emergent reality from relations. So that's another possibility. Well, thanks a lot for the lecture. And I think we're just on time to invite our next speaker for this morning, Professor Christopher Graney from Vatican Observatory. And we have the privilege to welcome Professor Michał Heller, who just arrived and will be our evening speaker. So please join us also for the evening section to hear his lecture. But now I would like to welcome again Professor Christopher Graney from Vatican Observatory, who will speak to us on Copernicus and the universe of stars. Professor Graney.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me. And good. So to begin, I want to mention that most of the ideas that I will present here are covered to a greater or lesser extent in a new book by Brother Guy Consimagno, who is director of the Vatican Observatory, and me, which is When Science Goes Wrong, the Desire and Search for the Truth. And Brother Guy sends you his greetings here. So a quote from one man of this country regarding another. Although Copernicus himself saw his discovery as giving rise to even greater amazement at the creator of the world and the power of human reason, many people took it as a means of setting reason against faith. Which of these is the truth? So this tension that Pope John Paul expresses here goes back a very long way. So consider the following from Genesis 1:14 through 16, which describes the creation of the stars along with the sun and the moon. And God said, "Let there be lights made in the firmament of heaven." And it was so done. And God made two great lights, a greater light to rule the day, and a lesser light to rule the night and the stars. The two great lights are the sun and the moon, but how great are the stars? Would you believe that the answer to this question bears on the universe of Copernicus and even on our understanding of the universe that astronomy reveals today? I argue that it does. So if the sky is a dome, then the greatness of celestial bodies is a matter of simple sight. The sun, moon, and stars are, if the sky is a dome, all lights on that dome. They are all the same distance from Earth. And the sun and the moon appear to our sight to be larger than the stars, and so they are larger in terms of their true physical bulk as well. But the sun and moon and stars are not lights on a dome. The most basic astronomical calculations, measurements, and observations show that the sun is more remote than the moon. This is obvious enough. In a solar eclipse, the moon passes in front of the sun. Okay. But you can also see in a solar eclipse that the sun and moon have roughly the same apparent size in the sky. So, for the sun to be both the equal of the moon in its apparent size in the sky and to be more distant than the moon, the sun must be larger than the moon in terms of its physical bulk. Now, Genesis 1:16 does refer to the sun as the greater light. Well, the stars have to be even more distant than the sun. The 2nd century Greek-Egyptian astronomer Ptolemy determined that the Earth, while at the universe's center, was but a point in comparison to the distance to the stars. As Ptolemy put it in his book, The Almagest, now that the Earth has sensibly the ratio of a point to its distance from the sphere of the so-called fixed stars, gets great support from the fact that in all parts of the Earth, the sizes and angular distances of the stars at the same times appear everywhere equal and alike, for observations of the same stars in different latitudes are not found to differ in the least. This is in roughly 150 AD. That is, an observer near the equator who sees the stars of Orion's belt overhead, and that would be person at A, will be perhaps 1,000 miles closer to those stars than an observer at mid-latitude. That would be the person at B here. That span of miles does not alter the appearance of those stars, so that span must be as nothing compared to their distance. The vast distance to the stars meant that they had to be very large to appear even as small as they do in the night sky. Ptolemy determined the actual diameter of the most prominent stars to be more than 4 times that of Earth. The sun was 5 times Earth's diameter. The moon was just 1/3 of the Earth's diameter. So in this picture, you see the moon and you see a star, according to Ptolemy. So a prominent star was therefore far greater than the moon. Indeed, every visible star in the night sky would exceed the moon in terms of bulk. Ptolemy's calculations showed that the moon hardly qualified as one of the great heavenly lights. The stars might appear small in the sky, but with a few basic observations, measurements, and calculations, anyone could see that Ptolemy had to be right about them far exceeding the moon. These ideas about the universe and the sizes of the stars were accepted by Christian writers across centuries. This is from St. Severinus Boethius' On the Consolation of Philosophy, written in 523. Here Boethius writes, he cites Ptolemy in some of the quotes I've left out. You have learned from astronomy that this globe of earth is but as a point in respect to the vast extent of the heavens. What can there be great or pompous in a glory circumcised in so narrow a circuit? Likewise, St. Augustine, in his On the Literal Interpretation of Genesis, he discusses the issue of star sizes in relation to the question of Genesis 1:14 through 16. A common question, he says, is also commonly asked is whether these conspicuous lamps in the sky, that is, the sun and the moon and the stars, are all equally brilliant, but because of their different distances from the earth appear to our eyes for that reason to vary in brightness. While many of the stars are equal to the sun or even greater, but they seem small because they have been set further away. After further elaboration on what might be said about the celestial lights, Augustine concludes, grant this to our eyes after all, that it is obvious that the 2 great lights shine more brightly than the rest upon the earth, and that it is only the light of the sun that makes the day bright, and that even with so many stars appearing, the night is never as light as when there is no moon. Night is never as light when there is no moon as when it is being illuminated by its presence. St. Thomas Aquinas discusses this same thing regarding star sizes. In his Summa Theologica, question 70, he considers objections to the Genesis account regarding the lights. Among these, he notes that as astronomers say, there are many stars larger than the moon. Therefore, the sun and the moon alone are not correctly described as the 2 great lights. His answer to this, as Chrysostom says, for though the stars be of greater bulk than the moon, as far as the senses are concerned, its apparent size is greater. Finally, consider John Calvin in the 16th century. In his commentary on Genesis, he makes the same points as Augustine and Aquinas, but at greater length and with praise for the science of astronomy and for astronomers who pursue it and give us a glimpse into the mind of God. I got his words here, and maybe in the discussion I will have an excuse to return to them because it's a long and fantastic quote. But he finishes up with, speaking of Genesis, Moses adapts his discourse to common usage. There is, therefore, no reason why janglers should deride the unskillfulness of Moses in making moon the second luminary. For he does not call us up into heaven, he only proposes things which lie open before our eyes. Calvin also speaks of this in his commentary on Psalm 136, where verses 7 through 9 mention the great lights. Here Calvin makes the same kind of points, but more briefly, and notes the Holy Spirit had no intention to teach astronomy and would rather speak childishly than unintelligibly to the humble and unlearned. Now, unlike Augustine and Aquinas, Calvin was alive in 1543 when Nicolaus Copernicus's On the Revolutions of Celestial Spheres was published. Now remember, Calvin praised astronomy and astronomers generally, but he dismissed the idea that Earth orbits the sun and rotates on its own axis. We will see some who are so deranged, he said, that they will say that the sun does not move and that it is the earth which shifts and turns. Shifts being orbits, turns being rotates. Why might Calvin dismiss this particular astronomical idea when he had so much praise for astronomy generally? Perhaps it's because of the same reason that many dismiss the Copernican system, the problem of star sizes. In a Copernican universe, the fixed stars must be located much farther away than Saturn, lest Earth's motion be detected in them. Copernicus knew this, even though it's not shown in his famous diagram from On the Revolutions. There he wrote, "There is a very great distance between Saturn, the highest of the planets, and the sphere of the fixed stars. By this mark in particular, they are distinguished from the planets. How exceedingly fine is the godlike work of the best and greatest artist." Now recall that Ptolemy stated that since the stars' appearance was independent of the place on Earth's globe from which they were viewed, then the Earth must be like a point compared to their distances. In a Copernican universe with the Earth in motion about the sun, the stars' appearances were independent of the place on Earth's orbit from which they were viewed. Moving from place to place on Earth's globe does not change the appearance of Orion's belt, as I have said before. Neither does moving from place to place on Earth's orbit in the universe of Copernicus, and moving from place to place on Earth's orbit is observing from one time of the year versus another. Therefore, in the Copernican universe, the Earth's orbit must be like a point compared to interstellar distances. Thus, as Andreas Taquet of the Society of Jesus pointed out in the later 17th century, whatever proportion existed in a Ptolemaic or geocentric universe between the size of Earth's globe and the sizes of the stars, that same proportion existed in a Copernican universe between the size of Earth's orbit and the sizes of the stars. Now recall that Ptolemy determined that the actual diameter of the most prominent stars was more than 4 times that of Earth. In a Copernican universe, therefore, those stars would be more than 4 times the diameter of Earth's orbit, utterly dwarfing even the sun. In the 17th century, both Copernicans like Johannes Kepler and Philip Landsbergen, and anti-Copernicans like Tycho Brahe, Simon Marius, Christoph Scheiner of the Society of Jesus, and Giovanni Battista Riccioli of the Society of Jesus, and Taquet, recognized that stars in a Copernican universe would have to be giant. Telescopic observations did not alter this substantially, as both Marius and Riccioli took pains to point out. Kepler and Landsbergen welcomed the giant stars as manifestations of God's power. And this is a diagram from one of Kepler's books in which the sun is a tiny point in the center and the stars are far larger surrounding it. However, for the most part, the idea of giant stars was viewed as a problem for an absurdity of the Copernican hypothesis. Robert Hooke in 1674 would call the giant stars a grand objection alleged by divers of the great anti-Copernicans with great vehemency and insulting, amongst which we may reckon Ricciolus and Taquet, hoping to make the Copernican system seem so improbable as to be rejected by all parties. Galileo in his dialogue had Sagredo, his neutral observer, declared that for a star to be so immense in bulk as to exceed the Earth's orbit is a thing which is entirely unbelievable. Melchior Inkofer of the Society of Jesus, who served on the special commission appointed by Pope Urban VIII to investigate the dialogue, pointed to this grand anti-Copernican objection. And Taquet noted how Galileo tried and failed to argue against it. So in fact, for a period of time, science required that a Copernican universe consist of a single brilliant sun surrounded by distant stars that were far greater than the sun in size and far weaker than it in light. Kepler wrote in his 1610 conversation with Galileo's starry messenger that it is quite clear that the body of our sun is brighter beyond measure than all the fixed stars together. Because the apparent size of all the stars combined was comparable to the sun, while their combined light was weaker than the sun by an amount that was practically infinite. He said, that was Kepler's words, practically infinite. And against the ideas of Giordano Bruno, who had said that stars were other suns orbited by other Earths, Kepler added that given that the sun was so distinct from the stars, this world of ours does not belong to an undifferentiated swarm of countless others. Indeed, Kepler saw this single sun Copernican universe as granting a glimpse into the mind of God. The vast bulk of the stars showed God's power, while the uniqueness and brilliance of the little sun with its still smaller planets and vanishingly small earthly creature showed God's care. In his On the New Star of 1604, Kepler wrote on this at length in a beautiful discourse, which hopefully I'll come up with some excuse to read off maybe in discussions, because it's a long but lovely quote. Went on about this, the wonderfulness of this view of creation. Albert van Helden has written that the logic behind the argument for gargantuan stars in a Copernican universe was impeccable, and the measurements behind it were above reproach. A Copernican simply had to accept the results of this argument, Van Helden says, a single sun Copernican universe. Kepler did not merely accept it, he reveled in it. Unlike, for example, Riccioli, Kepler would not live to see the day when observations would begin to undermine the idea of a single sun, giant stars Copernican universe. That happened in the 1660s and 1670s. That is when the observation of Jeremiah Horrocks were published, showing that stars, when eclipsed by the moon, winked out far too rapidly for their apparent size. That is when Christian Huygens noted that the apparent sizes of stars seen through a telescope could be reduced by filtering the light passing through the telescope. That's when Hooke recorded how stars observed via telescope in the daytime appeared greatly reduced in apparent size. These observations were first steps. Eventually, astronomers came to realize that in the case of the fixed stars, and in contrast to the planets, the body revealed by a telescope was spurious. It was a thing formed within the telescope itself, a product of something called diffraction, the interaction of light waves with the small aperture of the telescope. In fact, very closely related to what Father Julio was talking about, the interference of light waves, and that wildly inflated the apparent sizes of stars. This slide is an illustration of a star seen through a very small aperture telescope, such as what it was used in the 17th century, and the appearance of a disk or a globe of the star is completely spurious and false. But before Horrocks, Huygens, and Hooke, Copernican astronomers like Kepler could revel in the immense stars that God has made, and anti-Copernican astronomers like Taquet and Riccioli could confidently, vehemently, and insultingly dismiss the Copernican system and its immense stars as an entirely unbelievable thing that all parties should reject, choosing instead a geocentric model of the universe, like the one developed by Tycho Brahe, that was fully compatible with new telescopic discoveries and did not require such distant and therefore huge stars. But no astronomer who could make basic observations and measurements and do basic calculations could deny that giant stars were inherent in the Copernican universe. This has been largely forgotten. It's been largely forgotten that for a period of time, science required giant stars in any Copernican universe, and that this star size issue dates all the way back to St. Augustine. Okay, that matters. It matters for understanding the nature of science. It matters for understanding the resistance to Copernicus by astronomers like Taquet and Riccioli, and by those who might have listened to what such astronomers had to say. But I will close this talk by arguing that it matters for how we today view our universe and our place in it, and for what we regularly hear and see about that view in the media and in popular culture. The idea of other worlds like our Earth, orbiting other stars like our sun, is extremely popular. Just think of Star Wars, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, or any discussion of UFOs or UAPs and things flying around the pilots of my country's Navy. The idea, flying around the planes of our country's Navy. The idea that there might be other Earths arguably begins with Copernicus and Bruno, as Copernicus envisioned Earth and other worlds all circling the sun, while Bruno envisioned stars being other suns, all circled by other inhabited Earths. But as Kepler strenuously emphasized, the idea that stars were other suns was not scientifically supportable, up through at least the later 17th century. So let's look at some more of his words from his 1610 conversation. To use Bruno's terms, the fixed stars are suns, Kepler wrote. Nevertheless, let him not lead us onto his belief in infinite worlds as numerous as the fixed stars and all similar to our own. Since the stars had measurable apparent diameters, Kepler argued that all the new stars that Galileo had discovered with the telescope, the thousands of stars, simply added to his argument because they added to the total apparent sizes of stars in the sky. Will my opponent tell me, Kepler says, that the stars are very far away from us? This does not help his cause at all. For the greater their distance, the more does every single one of them outstrip the sun in diameter. Again, here recall the logic behind the old argument regarding the stars and the size of the moon in Genesis. But despite the science that Kepler advocated for so strongly, the idea that in a Copernican universe, stars were other suns orbited by other Earths had great appeal. Bernard Fontenelle, who lived from 1657 to 1757, yes, 100 years, published in his 1686 book, The Conversations on the Plurality of Worlds, boosterism of the idea of a universe of other suns and other Earths. Plurality featured a frontispiece by Juan de Olivar, showing the solar system as but one system among a vast swarm of others. The scholar Lucia Ayala has written that French society was shocked, and this shock quickly spread throughout Europe. Fontenelle wrote his book in the form of a discussion between a narrator and a countess. The two discussed how the moon must be inhabited because it is like the Earth, and the planets must be inhabited because they are like the moon. The stars being, as he says, luminous bodies in themselves, and so many suns, according to the narrator, would be circled by their own planets, featuring inhabitants who are looking out upon the universe just as we do. No doubt, Kepler spun in his grave over Fontenelle saying that the stars were so many suns. Fontenelle's reasoning was not scientific. Why are they other suns, he says? Because their light is bright and shining. He was not writing a book of rigorous science. For example, his narrator claimed that the interaction between supposed vortices surrounding the stars was the cause of their twinkling. He was apparently unaware that an interested observer can easily ascertain that the twinkling of stars is a phenomenon of Earth's own atmosphere. Twinkling is obviously affected by the weather. And moreover, that this had been fully discussed 7 decades earlier by Father Scheiner and his student Johann Georg Locher. Plurality may have lacked scientific rigor, but Ayala makes the case that it had a certain political appeal. King Louis XIV of France had embraced Copernicanism as a metaphor for his rule as the Sun King. Ayala writes that Louis XIV undertook many endeavors to convince others of his own conviction that natural forces legitimized his power, Copernicanism being his major proof. She illustrates this with the following bit of flattery written to Louis XIV in an astronomy book's preface. Indeed, sire, you are the center of this kingdom, as the sun, according to the hypothesis of Copernicus, is at the center of the universe, and so on. This colonization of the sun by Louis XIV, Ayala argues, paved the way for an enthusiastic reception of the idea of a plurality of worlds, which compelled the sun to give up its throne. De Olivar's illustration features a face in every one of the innumerable stars. Fontenelle's book says that our sun is not special and the universe is not structured around a single brilliant ruler. Fontenelle's science might have been less persuasive than the idea of taking down the Sun King a notch, but in fact, by the time Plurality was published, science was less solidly against the idea of the stars being suns than it had been in Kepler's time, thanks to the observations of Hooke, Huygens, and Horrocks. Those observations, however, were for a while challenged by other astronomers. The question of whether science was against the idea that stars were suns was in flux. But regardless of the science, enthusiasm for a plurality of worlds, or pluralism, had caught on. In 1716 and again in 1740, Jacques Cassini of the Paris Observatory published high-quality telescopic measurements of Sirius that showed it to be giant, granted a Copernican universe. Just like Kepler, he showed that all stars had to be giant compared to the sun. They were not other suns. It mattered not. Fellow astronomers acknowledged Cassini's measurements, but nevertheless spoke of stars as being other suns. John Hill borrowed heavily from Cassini in his 1754 book Urania, praising Cassini as one of the most accurate and most judicious astronomers the world has ever known, and emphasizing the reproducibility of his results. Nevertheless, Hill described the stars as being other suns, each of which had Earths going around it. In this view, he says, what and how amazing is the structure of the universe, despite that he has no science to support it. Hill's words suggest that perhaps there was a religious as well as political appeal to the idea of a plurality of worlds. But whatever the reason, it seems that the idea of other Earths was just too appealing to let a little high-quality, easily reproducible telescopic data from a highly skilled scientist call it into question. The plurality of worlds idea continued on, despite the fact that it took root with no support from science. Then in the mid-19th century, William Whewell pointed out that science had never supported the idea that other planets would be just like our Earth. In fact, the data showed that planets were diverse bodies. At the end of that century, Agnes Mary Clark, a sort of multilingual one-woman hub for astronomical communication and knowledge at that time, pointed out that the developments in the 19th century that had allowed astronomers to finally determine the true luminosities of stars had revealed a great diversity among them. The range of variety in the sidereal system is enormously greater than had been supposed, she wrote in her Popular History of Astronomy during the 19th century. She continued, thus, the splendid Canopus, Betelgeuse, and Rigel can be inferred from their indefinite remoteness to exceed our sun thousands of times in size and luster, while many inconspicuous objects which prove to be in our relative vicinity must be notably his inferiors. The limits of real stellar luminosity, she said, are then set very widely apart. In other words, stars are not all suns. To be clear, today we understand the sun is a star. That is, we understand that the sun is a gravitationally bound globe of dense gas heated to incandescence by nuclear reactions deep within it. And we understand that all stars are these nuclear-powered incandescent gas globes. But as Clark observed, the range of what counts as a star is very wide. We have learned much since her time, but her observation still holds true. There actually are stars that are enormous, comparable in size to the sizes Kepler determined. There are stars out there that would extend out to past the orbit of Saturn. But more common are stars like the sun, and the most common kinds of stars are small little things called red dwarfs that are very much weaker than the sun. But for a point of comparison, of the 100 or so nearest neighbors to the sun in space that we know of, all right, roughly 80 of them do not even have 1% of the sun's power output, which means that all of those stars combined would not equal one sun, and for the most part, they are all not visible to the naked eye. So, meanwhile, during the past few decades, observations of planets orbiting other stars, which we call exoplanets, have further illustrated the diversity existing in the universe. Jupiter-sized or larger planets are found circling in Mercury-sized or smaller orbits. Half of the planets that have been discovered are of a size unlike any found in our solar system. In our solar system, there are not planets that exist between the size of, say, Earth and Uranus. But half of the planets that we discover out there are in that size that does not exist in the solar system. So, Other planets are not all like Earth, like Whewell said. Other stars are not all like our sun, like Clerk said. Other planetary systems are not all like our solar system. And indeed, we find that the overwhelming majority of the universe consists of dark matter and energy that is not the stuff of our experience. Were Kepler to appear here today, he might well say that his idea of the Copernican universe, with its unique sun amidst a universe of strange stars, prefigured our modern view of the universe far better than Bruno's plurality of worlds. Again, consider Star Wars and Marvel. Consider media coverage from even reputable outlets that mention space aliens in discussions of UFOs and UAPs. Consider reputable astronomers who argue that objects passing through the solar system are artifacts of extraterrestrial technology. We have yet to adapt our view of the universe and our place in it to recent discoveries. Understanding the Copernican universe of stars that the science of that time supported, that's Kepler's Copernican universe of stars, might help us to understand which of our ideas about the universe and our place in it really have roots in solid science, and which are merely what we human beings find appealing. Copernicus and the universe of stars matters. Indeed, perhaps we can draw a line, I would say a long, winding line, from the two great lights of Genesis through Augustine, Aquinas, and Calvin, through Copernicus and Kepler, bypassing Bruno and Fontenelle on the plurality of worlds, through Whewell and Clerk and exoplanets, and right into dark matter and energy, such that the Copernican universe of stars can help us better grasp the universe that astronomy reveals today. I think that that is a marvelously cool interconnection of religion, history, and science. And I thank our host for inviting me here, and I thank you all for listening to this talk.
Well, thank you very much for this very inspiring lecture. And now we have a few minutes for questions, either from audience or anyone who has a question. We have now 5 minutes. Please. Any questions? Was it too difficult? Yeah, okay. There's a question, please.
I have two comments more than questions. The first one is that thank you very much for your lecture, because I understood my vague impression, which I had during all my life, 49 years now, that we live really in the very weird, maybe the weirdest world we can imagine. And I mean, especially what you said at the end of your speech is very inspiring, because sometimes we understand science as divine. I mean, we expect from science to give us answers, ready and handy answers to all our questions. And what you said about all this evolution of science as well, it means that this is the process. Science and knowledge is a process. It is a process in theology, it is a process in philosophy, it is a kind of process in sciences, natural sciences as well. And this is very inspiring, because we are not at the end.
No.
Where are we? We are in the middle, at the beginning?
I do not think we know. But the purpose, the book that I put up, When Science Goes Wrong, that is the whole thrust of the book, is that my area, my specialty of research, it has been looking at astronomy in the 17th century, and essentially digging out these arguments that we have forgotten about. You know, we think about people saying, oh, I reject the Copernican system, and we think it's because, they were stuck on being Aristotle, they were stuck on their own interpretation of the Bible. And in fact, they had very powerful scientific arguments, like this problem with the sizes of the stars. And there are others as well. And the whole purpose, and we have other things in the book. There was arguments that the Earth, that the ocean was higher than the land, and these other interesting things, and even some very terrible arguments in the 19th century. Arguments about you're a human being, but you're not, okay? And science proves this. Sorry to choose on you randomly, okay? But science, I can scientifically show that he's not really a human being. And that led to eugenics and various things, And science gets things wrong. And obviously, in the case of Kepler, his arguments are bulletproof, knowing what he knew then. Okay, knowing what we know now, we know they're wrong. But so where are we right now? Well, we have confidence in what we know, of course, but we could always turn around and find out that we have some problem in our understanding of our instruments, much as they did not understand what their telescopes were showing us. And so we could find out that certain ideas that we think are very, very solid are not. But that is part of science. Science is very good at giving us the answers, eventually, but it is not perfect, and it's particularly not perfect at giving us answers right now. It's just like, here's a new discovery. Is that right? I wouldn't bet on it,
I think as well that you led us towards a kind of methodological principle or rule. Giulio, remember Matteo Secco, our mentor, he always taught us, as his disciples, to understand that theology is about relationship and about history of theology. To be systematician, it means to be historian as well. And I think that what I got from your lecture is this. There is no science without history of science. You don't understand what you do if you don't know the history of your, because sometimes I think that these two fields of knowledge, I'm a systematician, physician, philosopher, theologian, biologist, and I don't care about the history. I think only about what I have now. So I think that it's wrong, and you showed us why it is wrong. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Well, I may add a comment myself to it. Because I was just listening to these lectures, and also rule of reflection came up to mind, and I think that there's myself being a scientist, a philosopher, and trying to be a theologian at times. I have a feeling that actually theology is in some ways in a worse position than science. Yes. So theologians have to try harder in some ways, because scientists have their own method in getting the data, putting up theories and everything. But from what the impression that I get is that although theologians always have to sort of, get us the account of the transcendent reality, they always have to reach out for concepts from the immanent reality. So in some ways, theologians, although they study the sort of higher reality, they always rely on concepts from sort of the lower reality of what the physicists and philosophers do. So there's I think there's kind of asymmetry between science and theology in that matter. So would you have any comment on this? That's just my impression that I've been getting.
There is asymmetry between sciences and theology. And this asymmetry does not entail that theology is not a science. We live in a very pluralistic world, so the pluralism should be accepted as well in the methodological field. But, of course, I agree with what you said, but for centuries now, I ask, especially philosophers who know something about sciences, to offer us something as valuable in the Middle Ages Aristotelianism. Now, we don't have metaphysics, we don't have physics done out of new sciences. This is what Giulio said as well, quoting Jean Danielou and Etienne Gilson. This is a huge problem because there is a lot of people who expect us theologians to go directly from the sciences to theology, and this is absolutely impossible because of this methodological asymmetry between theology and sciences. We need a shadow from T.S. Eliot, which is philosophy, to offer us instruments, concepts, and imagination. So I agree and I disagree
a little. This is what philosophy of science does for the most part today. And this is what the question, I think, was before that. I think what the role of the science is giving the theologians today is the metaphysics of relations. So I would agree with this. With the comment that was made here before, I think the most important metaphysical conclusion from science is that the fundamental ontology is relations, and I think that is the sort of the connecting point where we can really build on. Yes.
So I'm not a theologian, so I'm not qualified to speak on that too much, except for I think that a thing to keep in mind, from my point of observation, is that the reason that theologians are asked what you just described, to go from the science, is because the idea is that, well, the science is right. Okay, that science is the ground knowledge, and there's certainly a valid aspect to that, but. And an example that's always used is, well, Copernicus showed that the Earth was, in motion around the sun. Well, he didn't show it. That's actually a process that took a long time into the 18th century, and a lot of things went wrong in the process. So science was not right, in showing this. There was a long period in which things were very confused, and so you can't just say, well, science is right. Some science is right. Some science is sort of right. Some science is probably just a mess.
Can I?
Yes, okay.
Okay, just a couple of things. First of all, I don't think that theology should be learning any techniques from science, and I don't believe that science has given us theology. If we pin theology and religion on discussions that are scientific, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Not least because most scientists today follow Karl Popper, who says that a scientific statement is one that can be falsified. Now, you can't make a theological statement, I believe, and have it falsified. It's just not something that is subject to experiment. So you kind of mentioned that science theology grows out of the science. Theology may be challenged by science, but theology is not a science, at least not in the way that's any respectable scientist today would call it. And secondly, the idea that scientists are right is a straw man. It's not the case. No scientist would claim to be right. What scientists claim today is that they are less wrong. And being less wrong is not the same as claiming that you are right. For example, the Earth is flat and the Earth is round are both false. The Earth is an obligate spheroid, a squashed circle. But the statement that the Earth is round is less wrong than the statement that the Earth is flat. So to suggest that scientists think that they have all the answers, I think is incorrect. What scientists have given us are statements that we believe are less wrong than they once were. Sorry.
Well, that's it. Well, yeah, I think that's a fair account, but I think Professor Heller is not here. But I think what he would respond that what theology borrows from science, from the method of Popper, is that we don't talk about things being falsifiable in science, but in theology things are disputable. So I think that's the delicate difference that we should introduce here. We don't make it.
The formulations of
yes.
in theology is very disputable.
Yes, yes. So we should rather use in context on theology, not falsifiable, but disputable. And I think Professor Heller, who probably took off for a second, would agree with this. Well, we took some time for our discussion, but I think it's just getting interesting. And I just can't wait to see what the discussion at the end is going to be. To continue, I would like Professor Jeremy Brown from National Institute of Health in Washington, D.C. to present a lecture on Viking I, the Uncentering of the World and the Jewish Search for Meaning. Welcome and thank you.
All right. Well, hello everybody. It is a privilege to be here. Today, I'm going to talk about one particular rabbi at one particular time in one particular place. This rabbi was responding to perhaps the most important religious challenge from Copernicanism, and that is the uncentering of the universe. The idea that our Earth is no longer the center of the universe, but a tiny part of it, as we've heard so eloquently described before. But before I get to that, I want to share very briefly an outline of two of the earliest Jewish responses to Copernican thought, which was the topic of a book I wrote 10 years ago. So this is the book. It's about the Jewish response to Copernicus. And in the book, I outlined 500 years on the history of the topic. And so what I'm going to share with you today is, by necessity, only a very small part. In the book, which runs to close to 400 pages, I describe the Talmudic view of the universe, the first mention of Copernicus in Hebrew literature, the first Jewish Copernican, and the first Jewish rejection of the Copernican heliocentric model. I discuss the Copernican Jews of London in the 17th century, the first Jewish encyclopedias that mention Copernicus, and the first school books in Hebrew that adopted the model. There's a chapter about Copernican thought and the decentralized Jews in the Newtonian era, and I compared their approach to that of the centralized and much more authoritative Catholic Church in the 18th century, which under Pope Benedict XIV also began to reevaluate its own approach. In the 19th century, Jewish Copernicans made headway, and after a chapter about that, I discuss the modern period and what I call contemporary Jewish geocentrics. Throughout the book, I compare and contrast what was happening in the Jewish intellectual world with what was taking place at first in Christian society, and later in Muslim society, and later in a secular society. And I end with an examination of how the history of the Jewish reception of Copernican thought can act as a particular model in the way in which science and text-based Western religions have interacted in the past. And then I venture some predictions for how they will do so in the future, because we must remember that our religion, Western text-based religions, the Abrahamic religions are not the only religions out there. There are many religions out there, and to suggest that all religions work in the same way through the same processes is, I think, chauvinistic. I was going to give this book to thank Father Wozniak, and I was going to give him the book, but he tells me he already has it. So instead, I'm going to give it to a gift to my friend over here, Giulio, as a thank you. And indeed, I do want to say thank you to Father Wozniak, to Magdalena, who has helped organize this conference, and to you for coming out and listening. I have learned a great deal in my first visit to Poland, and obviously my first visit to Krakow. I had a wonderful day yesterday touring the home of Karol Wojtyla, who later became the Pope, where I learned, and had no idea about, but where I learned that the Pope grew up in an apartment that was rented from the family of Yechiel Balamuth, a Jewish man, and his children. They all lived together in this same apartment that now makes up the museum, and and whose lives were ended by the Nazis. Indeed, it is a real pleasure to be able to stand here with you in Poland, a place of so much pride for the Jewish people and of so much pain for the Jewish people. And to remember that even today, pogroms and massacres of Jews, because they are Jews, still go on. So I thank you for inviting me and allowing me to stand with you and talk about this Jewish reception of Copernican thought. Okay, so here are just two of the many dozens of Jewish responses to Copernican thought, and we start with the first mention of Copernicus by name in a Hebrew book. It is written by Rabbi David Gans, who completed the book, and he called it Magen David sometime before 1612. Here you can see the frontispiece of the book. Now, although the book was finished in 1612, it was not published until 1743, when it was given a different title. It was called Nechmad V'Na'im, Pleasant and Beautiful. It has 82 pages at the end, and at the end it has a 20-page précis in Latin by a Protestant professor of Hebrew at the University of Leipzig called Christian Hebenstreit. Now, I actually bought my own copy of this book here to Krakow to share it with you because it seemed like the right thing to do. So this is the first Hebrew book to mention the word Copernicus. It was published in 1743, but written by David Gans in 1612. Now, David Gans had a very close connection to Krakow. He was born in Lippstadt in Germany in 1541, but as a young man, he traveled right here to Krakow to study with one of the most famous Jews ever to live there, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, known by his acronym Ramah. In fact, 3 days ago on the Jewish Sabbath, I prayed in the synagogue, which is called by his name, the Ramah Synagogue, and stands to this day. Now, Rabbi Isserles, who died in 1572, was the leading rabbinical scholar of his day and the founding father of rabbinic astronomy in Poland. David Gans had the good fortune to come here to study with Rabbi Isserles from 1559 to 1562, and here in this city, that was at that time the foremost center for the study of astronomy. The city here boasted not one, but two separate chairs in the field, and of course it is right here that Nicolaus Copernicus himself studied from 1491 to 1495. Now, it's very unlikely that either David Gans or his teacher, the Ramah, had any contact with the university or its professors, but both may have been aware of and stimulated by the activity that was taking place in this university town. Tycho Brahe, the astronomer royal, hosted David Gans in his observatory in 1600. Tycho was a Danish astronomer who moved to Prague to become the court astronomer to Rudolf II. And here is what David Gans wrote of his visit. This is him visiting Tycho Brahe's observations. I can recount how in the year 1600, our exalted Lord Emperor Rudolf, may his glory be uplifted, a man of great wisdom, full of general knowledge and an expert in astronomy, who values and honors those who are learned. He sent a mission to Denmark to invite the eminent scholar Tycho Brahe. He was a scientist and learned in astronomy and a man who is a prince among his people. This is all actually taken from one of his Gans's books. Rudolf gave Brahe a yearly allowance of 3,000 thalers, together with bread and wine and beer, not to mention other gifts. There he lived with 12 others, all of whom were experts in what he called astrology, and the Emperor Rudolf built 13 rooms, and each of these rooms had special instruments in it. He says the following: David Gans, this Jew from Krakow, I sat with them in the observatory and I saw how they worked. They did amazing work, not just with the planets, but also with the stars, recognizing each by name. When a star would cross the meridian, its position would be measured, and with 3 different instruments, each operated by 2 experts. The position would then immediately be transcribed into hours and minutes, for which purpose Tycho had an amazing clock. I can testify, says David Gans, the Jew from Krakow, I can testify that none of our ancestors had ever seen or heard of such a device, and it has never been described in a book, whether written by a Jew or a Gentile. So David Gans studied here with the leading rabbinic mind, and also studied with the leading astronomer of his day, Tycho Brahe. And here behind me is that first mention of Copernicus in Hebrew literature. For those who know Hebrew characters, that word there is Nicolaus, and that word there is Copernicus. So that is the first mention of Copernicus, and it's found on page 9 of this book. And here is what David Gans has to say about Nicolaus Copernicus. Nicolaus Copernicus, a Prussian, was a very learned man whose fame in astronomy surpassed all his contemporaries. Even today's wise men unanimously admire his sharp intellect and profound astronomy, and have said that there has not been an astronomer like him, like Copernicus, since the days of Ptolemy. He has delved deeply into this science, and using his sharp mind, has set his heart on proving that the Earth rotates in a perpetual orbit. And then he says this isn't actually a novel idea. It was found in some Greek books, Pythagoras. In any event, he says this wise man wrote about this book. It is very ordered and very, very profound. He died in Prussia, the land of his birth, in 1543, corresponding to the Jewish year 5305. So although David Gans praised Copernicus as an extremely clever and talented man, the astronomy in his book, in this book, is Ptolemaic. And to understand this, we have to understand that David Gans's approach was common at the time. Many other astronomy books of the late 16th century also mention the Copernican model without trying to explain its details or figure out whether it was superior to Ptolemy's. In fact, although Copernicus's name often appeared in print in the astronomical literature published between 1550 and 1600, the heliocentric system was almost never discussed in any detail. There were several reasons for this, but perhaps the most important was there was no evidence to decide between the two, so a definitive answer as to which one was correct could not be given. We should also recall that in 1612, the year in which David Gans finished the manuscript, the great British philosopher-scientist Francis Bacon wrote of his objections to the Copernican theory. So to reject Copernicus was to be in the company of some of the greatest thinkers of the time. And it is this standard by which David Gans should be measured. Now, David Gans introduced Copernicus into Hebrew literature, but he was not the first Copernican, Jewish Copernican, right? He remained agnostic as to which was right. The first Jewish Copernican must go to another Jewish astronomer and physician, Joseph del Medigo, who was born on the island of Crete in 1591. Del Medigo was an amazing character. He had a broad Jewish and secular education at the age of 15. He left Italy and went to the University of Padua, where he studied mathematics and science and medicine. And there, in Padua, Joseph del Medigo was taught by a certain Galileo Galilei. And in fact, he writes in his book the following: my teacher, he says, Rebbe today is rabbi, but here Rebbe means my teacher. He says, Rebbe Galileo, my teacher Galileo observed Mars when it lay close to the Earth. At this time, its light was much brighter than that of Jupiter, and even though Mars is much smaller, indeed it appeared too bright to view through the telescope. I, David Gans, requested to look through the telescope, and Mars appeared to me to be elongated rather than round. That's the result of the clarity and the rays of light. He says, I found Jupiter to be round and Saturn to be egg-shaped. So here we have, for the first time, a rabbi looking through a telescope. And who owned the telescope? Galileo Galilei. He was the teacher. Now, in his book called Sefer Elim, which he published in Amsterdam in 1629, Del Medigo wrote that according to Copernicus, the sun lies at the center of the universe. It is orbited by Mercury, Venus, and the Earth, which is itself orbited by the moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The sun rests like a king on his throne at the center of the universe, moving the stars through the power of magnetism. Not quite as what we know, but certainly less wrong than the previous hypotheses. And so Joseph del Medico, who left his home at the tender age of only 15, became the first Jewish Copernican. He visited Poland, and he was in Lublin and Vilna and spent much of his time working as a physician. His medical skills apparently brought him to the attention of the Polish authorities, and he was appointed court physician to Prince Radziwiłł of Poland. But his medical studies, he felt, were a diversion and a frustration. All Del Medico wanted to do was to study and to write. And this is what he writes. The sick who pray for a divine cure and who long for God's mercy come to me. There are officers and deputies, young and old, who on their wagons arrive early at my door. They bring me from city to city, crowning me with honor and praise. So he was going from city to city as a doctor, and that brought him great honor. But then he writes, and this disturbed my serious work. For in truth, I want nothing more than to write Hebrew books containing the entire body of science and wisdom in order to teach the Jews. Now, in order to better appreciate how improbable it was that Del Medico should support the heliocentric system in a book in 1629, we should remember the status of Copernicanism in the Dutch Republic, because he published it in Amsterdam, and in Poland, where Del Medico spent his post-university years and where he settled for the last part of his life. Although a third edition of De Revolutionibus was printed in Amsterdam in 1617, the universities in the Dutch Republic moved very slowly. It was not until 1634, so this book was published in 1629, it was not until 1634 that the first fully fledged Copernican to hold a Dutch chair was appointed in a university in Amsterdam. And some 6 years later, and 20 miles to the south, Jacob Ravensburg was appointed to teach mathematics and physics. And Ravensburg, although he was familiar with the astronomic literature, favored Tycho Brahe over that of Copernicus. In Poland, it was the Jesuits who first paid serious attention to the Copernican model, and they maintained opposition to it throughout the 17th century and the early 18th century. Now, the Jesuit opposition to Copernicus was initially based on mathematical and on religious grounds, but the former, the mathematical problems, were soon resolved, leaving the Bible as the sole obstacle to accepting the heliocentric theory. As a result, during the first part of the 17th century, when this book was published, the Jesuits accepted the scientifically inferior but religiously uncontroversial hypotheses of Tycho. In addition to these Dutch and Polish astronomers, we should remember, as I just said, that Francis Bacon rejected the Copernican model 6 years before Sefer Elim. So in light of all this, the published acceptance of the Copernican model by Rabbi David Del Medico in 1629 was remarkable for its time. Here is how Del Medico described the Copernican universe. I was overjoyed, he says, when I heard that today there are scholars who believe that the universe is like a lantern, like a light, and the candle in the middle is the sun. Its light reaches to the sphere of Saturn, which is the outermost sphere. It is through that light that the more distant Saturn that was thought to be, by Copernicus, to be small, and this is the reason that they appear so small. Each of these stars is illuminated by a sun. Each star is a sun, which is their lantern. And who knows, he said, if they contain an earth which is inhabited by beings like us. Who knows if they contain an earth which is inhabited with beings by us? It is this thought, which is actually quite easy to miss in the long book, which I want to spend the rest of my time discussing. Now, Del Medico here is stating unequivocally his belief that the universe is huge and possibly infinite and contains other solar systems. The Dominican priest Giordano Bruno had proposed such a model of the universe 50 years earlier in his book, The Infinite Universe and Its Worlds, and he had paid for his thoughts with his life. Pope Clement VIII declared Bruno a heretic, and after having been tortured, he was burned at the stake in Rome's Campo de Fiori. But the uncentering of the earth by Copernicus, the new realization that we are not the center of the universe, that idea continued to resonate until this day. And so now finally we can turn to just one of the many scholars and rabbis who I describe in my book, and his name is David Ben Meir Cohen. He was born in the town of Friesenhausen, 60 miles north of Frankfurt, around 1756, and was educated in Fürth, where he studied in what was then the largest yeshiva, the largest rabbinic academy in Germany. He married in 1783. He divorced 4 years later. He then left the traditional world of Jewish learning and went to Berlin, where the early Haskalah, the movement that in Judaism that was looking to expand Jewish opportunities and bring the Jewish world up to date with modern science and philosophy. He stayed in Berlin for about 4 years. He published a book there called Klil Cheshbon, a complete account, which is a mathematic book on algebra and trigonometry. But eventually, while in Berlin, Friesenhausen grew disenchanted with the Haskalah, who he felt had rejected fundamental Jewish beliefs in God and in the authorship of the Torah. So in reaction to this, probably, he leaves Berlin and he leaves for Hunsdorf in the Carpathian Mountains, which was then in northern Hungary. Now, it's important to remember that Friesenhausen is probably remembered, if he's remembered at all, for his attempts to introduce a new curriculum for the training of rabbis in Hungary. He dedicated a great deal of his time suggesting a new curriculum that the rabbis, so that all the rabbis of the Hungarian Empire would be graduates of government-approved rabbinic schools. But unfortunately, he got criticism from the right, from the traditional Jews who thought he was too radical, and from the left, as it were, from the Hungarians who thought that there was not enough secular study. And in the end, his ideas came to nothing. An analysis of Friesenhausen's writing on the Copernican system will reveal a story that's really of a rabbi ahead of his time and whose thoughts would not be mirrored in the wider Jewish society for decades. So in 1816, after 8 very unhappy years, he leaves Hunsdorf in the Carpathian Mountains to publish his second and possibly his most important book, Mosdot Tevel. I have been looking for a copy of this book to buy at auction, and I have never once seen this book come up for auction in almost 15 years, which is very odd. His book comes up for auction fairly often. This book you can still buy on auction, but Mosdot Tevel, I've never seen it in auction. The book has 3 parts. The first was a review of astronomy and defense of the Copernican model. The second was an explanation of Euclid's 11th axiom. And the third was David Friesenhausen's autobiography and ethical will. Mosdot Tevel is a historic treasure, not only containing an important analysis of astronomy from a rabbi steeped in Jewish learning, but also a record of his intellectual pursuits and life, and the life of Jews in Hungary. Now, I cannot help but note here, and this is completely unrelated to this conference, that David Friesenhausen was one of the earliest rabbis to adopt Edward Jenner's new cowpox vaccine, which could prevent infection with the deadly smallpox. In fact, in his book, that we're going to talk about in a moment, in his book, he writes that, I have heard there are people who are considered very intelligent and pious tzaddikim who are very influential. So he's talking about the Jewish rabbis, and who have stated that it is forbidden for any Jew to be vaccinated with cowpox. There is no doubt that this is an error. The smallpox inoculation, which was once used, has been replaced by the cowpox vaccine, that's Jenner's vaccine, which God, in his great mercy, has only recently revealed to humanity. That's exactly right. Jenner's work wasn't published till the 1790s. God has revealed in his mercy to us so that we may be spared from this death. If it is true, he says, that there are rabbis who forbid the new vaccine, it is a mistake that is causing the deaths of hundreds and thousands of Jewish babies. May God forgive them for their error. That's a side note. That was just one of the things he wrote in this book. But now back to Friesenhuisen's astronomy. Now there's one point, a feature of his book that is absolutely and immediately striking. Friesenhuisen simply assumes that the Copernican model is correct. He doesn't give any proofs for it. He doesn't explain why it is correct. He just assumes that it is so. And although on the title page of the book, he says that he's going to explain the Copernican model, he does not do that. He just says it's an assumption and it's actually a rather tangential scientific fact. He says that the heliocentric model is more elegant than the geocentric one, and with that, the entire question of the movement of the Earth is settled. And here's what Friesenhuisen says. If you were to place the Ptolemaic structure of the universe on one side of an intellectual scale and that of Copernicus on the other, and you were to understand the differences between the two systems in detail, then you would see that the latter is superior to the former, as gold is superior to copper. Now, Friesenhuisen's book was a very deeply religious work. He frequently mentions his belief in God, and in many places, this frames his discussion of astronomy. For example, Friesenhuisen suggested that life must exist on other planets in the solar system. For why, he asks, for why limit God's glory and suggest that he leave a large planet desolate and devoid of life? So for Friesenhuisen, there was no need to review the evidence for or against heliocentricity. The model was a fact. The question is, well, how did Friesenhuisen deal with some rabbinic passages in the Talmud which seem to suggest a geocentric universe? And Friesenhuisen, this deeply traditional rabbi, believed that the many conflicting Agadic stories are fables that are found in the Bible, in the Talmud. He said that you can interpret them in a number of ways. While some of the interpretations would make these Agadic statements seem to conflict with modern astronomy, other interpretations can make them in perfect harmony. And all of this led Friesenhuisen to conclude that one should not contradict a well-established principle of astronomy on the basis of any Agadic statement, of any statement found in the Talmud, as long as the principle is well-founded, logical, and keeping with the observations of the movement of the stars. Even though the texts describing the days of creation are founded in holiness and hint at the most lofty and sublime ideals, most Jews cannot understand them. He's talking here about the opening of Genesis. Their meaning has only been revealed to those with special qualities. Consequently, he says, these texts, referring to Genesis, can never be used to challenge a single fact of astronomy. He says quite simply, the Bible is profound and deep, but don't use it to learn science from. Friesenhuisen was also not concerned that there are large gaps in the science. And he said, even though we do not yet know of the law that describes the orbits of the planets, and we do not have precise measurements of their periods and orbits, soon these things will be known to our children and to our grandchildren. So he's writing a book and he's saying, we don't get everything. Science isn't claiming that we have everything, but our children and our grandchildren after us will understand these things. If our descendants follow the footsteps of those who went before him, the work will be much easier, and they will discover and publicize all of these scientific laws. Now, while Gustav Holt wrote the only example of a symphonic, of a piece of music as a tribute to the solar system, David Friesenhuisen composed what is certainly the only Zemirah. A Zemirah is a song to be sang on the Sabbath. It's a poem or a song that is sang at one of the 3 Sabbath meals. David Friesenhuisen composed the only Zemirah on the solar system. I translate the entire song in my book, and here is just one of the 15 stanzas that make up this beautiful poem. And he writes as follows: the joy of the earth is the 3rd planet in your system. With Mercury and Venus rejoice. Mars, Ceres, and Pallas. Ceres and Pallas were 2 asteroids that had recently been discovered and thought to be planets, but they were actually downgraded to asteroids. But he says, Mars, Ceres, and Pallas turn to you and sing out your glory. Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus laugh out at the glory of your firmament. On this Sabbath day of rest, may your daughters roar out to the Creator. ever the believer, Friesenhuisen reworked the arguments raised by the geocentrists that because God created the universe for the sake of humanity, it was only right that we were at the center of the universe. So this was a theological position that many had taken. God created us, we're special, so of course we're at the center of the universe. And here's what Friesenhuisen had to say about this. Pay attention to this. Look at the skies and you will see God's great works. The planet Earth is tiny and inconsequential, and it is lost among the infinite number of planets. But your soul should rejoice at God's creation, and your tongue should praise his righteousness. For among all of these creations, he chose Israel on this tiny dot and made them holy. He gave them his holy and pure Torah with its just laws, and he called them my firstborn children, in order that he dwell with them forever. So the fact that the earth's position was not central or important might have led to an existential conclusion that human beings were utterly important, adrift on an insignificant planet. And we see this very clearly. 10 years ago, in 2013, Voyager 1, which you see here, Voyager 1, which was then 11 billion miles away from Earth and is now more than 15 billion miles away from Earth, the New York Times wrote that it had finally entered interstellar space. It was finally completely outside of our solar system. It had been launched in 1977 and is now the most distant human-made object from Earth. Now, at the time when it was launched, this reminded me of Carl Sagan, the astronomer, popular astronomer Carl Sagan's book called The Pale Blue Dot. I don't know if any of you have seen this book by Carl Sagan, if it's translated into Polish. Very, very best-selling book in the United States. And he called it The Pale Blue Dot because a picture was taken at Carl Sagan's suggestion that they would turn the camera back on Voyager, on this thing, and instead of looking outwards to the stars, he would turn it back and look at the Earth. Oh, there it is. There it is, thank you. So this is the picture that Voyager took backwards. And you can see this is us. This is our Earth. A pale blue dot. Now, at this distance, the Earth would appear as a single point of light, but Carl Sagan wrote, precisely because of the obscurity of our world thus revealed, such a picture might be worth having. Our posturings, our imagined self-importance, the delusion that we have a privileged position in the universe, these are all challenged by this single point of pale light. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves. 2 centuries earlier, David Friesenhuisen had turned this existential fear of insignificance on its head. Although David Friesenhuisen wrote and accepted that the earth was tiny and seemingly inconsequential, God had chosen to give the Torah to those who inhabit it. This restored humanity to a place of importance. And although it might give you some kind of might save you from despair, Friesenhuisen was very careful, said, don't become spiritually arrogant because of this. How could you believe that the universe was created only for mankind who live like lowly worms on the surface of this tiny dot? And that which we, the rabbis, have stated, that the world was created for the sake of Israel and the Torah, means that through the merit of the Torah and Israel, who observe it, were all the worlds and their inhabitants created. And listen to how he ends. So that God may do good to them, all together with doing good for Israel. So although the tiny speck of light is insignificant, nevertheless, David Friesenhuisen wrote, God created it, and he gave the Jews a job there, and it's their job to spread their light so that the rest of humanity can share in God's light. Friesenhuisen's religious worldview, or better, his universe view, was one in which God's grace is manifest by his care for the people who inhabit a tiny, inconsequential blue dot somewhere on the outer arm of the Milky Way. The Jewish people had a task to do, to keep the Torah so that God would not only do good for them, but for all humanity. What better message of universalism could there be? In these dark and fragile times, what brighter message could we hope for? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this inspiring lecture, and now we have a few minutes for questions. Okay, there's a question. Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you, Dr. Brown, because I had always been confused as to where this idea of the center position as being a privileged position had come from. Because in the Aristotelian view, the center position was the place of all the heavy, slow, dirty stuff. Yet we've always had this view, or I've heard that this view existed, of the center being privileged. And so I had not run into where this had come from before. So thank you for making that clear.
You're welcome. There's a famous statement in the Talmud that a person should say two things. Bishvili nivra ha'olam, the world was created for me. That's a very arrogant statement. But you're supposed to think about it. Wow, this whole world was created for me. And therefore, what am I going to do good in it? And at the same time, you're supposed to hold a different thought. Ani afar ve'efer, I am dust and ashes. So although the world was created for you, remember your place in it, and don't become too spiritually haughty as a result.
Thanks a lot. I try, you're a terrific speaker also, the last. and you work better with the mic. Yeah. Maybe I can try translation from my perspective of what I said, that if we do science, real science, we understand that substantial dimension, the substantial side, makes us small. But just that job highlights the relational dimension. And this is very important, because substantially we are something very small, but at the same time we can understand how important our relationships are and what we and also the gift, the dimension of gift that is the key of the universe. Maybe Christopher is.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah.
Actually, I had my hand up because the lights are getting in my eyes. I keep trying to block. So, however, I will make. I thought that I did not read the big quote from Kepler, but the discussion of how the Copernican universe shows God's care for these little creatures that you described really echoes Kepler. And I wonder whether the person you were quoting there, it makes me think, gee, has he read Kepler? And of course, Carl Sagan's pale blue dot discourse is echoes very strongly Boethius on the constellation of philosophy from 500. One point I would want a clarification. The Jesuits did not hold to the Tychonic system as well. It's scientifically inferior, but it's agreeable with the Bible. Until Isaac Newton comes around, the Tychonic system is highly competitive. It does not require the stars to be large. The stars can be comparable to the sun or Saturn. It does not. The Jesuits had figured out something, what we now call the Coriolis effect, that they said, well, we expect to find this on a rotating Earth. The Earth doesn't rotate, so, the Earth, we don't find the effect. That's because their detection wasn't good enough. But then the biggest thing was simply that the Copernican system required a physics of gravity and momentum for the Earth to be going around the sun. The Tychonic system did not. You could continue to postulate the old idea that the universe was, the sun was made of something different, that was light and moved easily. So the Jesuits would argue, no, the Tychonic system is the scientifically superior system, and it also doesn't go against the Bible, so that makes it the better choice.
Do we have time for me to answer? Yeah, just go ahead. Okay. Look, I just want to tell people I'm an emergency room doctor by training, and emergency room doctors never sit still. So I have to stand, that's just my name. Okay. So we have to understand, as you were saying, that there was no real evidence for whether Copernicus was right, really until Bessel came along. I think it was in 1783, and he detected stellar parallax, and until the famous pendulum, Foucault's pendulum, which showed not that the Earth was going around the sun, but it showed that the Earth was spinning around. This whole thing was theoretical. This whole thing was theoretical for 200-300 years. And I find this really important, and I discuss this in the introduction to my book. The truth of the matter is, I don't really care about Copernicus. The reason I wrote the book is that it serves as a model for how a religion can accommodate a new scientific theory. But more than that, it shows how a religion can accommodate a new scientific theory even when the science isn't there yet. It's a proposal. Why is this important? Well, in the book, I discuss the question of the increasingly small place for free will in our universe. You know, more and more we're discovering that our minds, which are of course physical, our minds are subject to medications and to damage that can change the way that we feel. And in fact, if you look at the science of free will, I would say most neuroscientists today absolutely do not believe that we have free choice. They say there is no free choice in the world. We're still waiting for real good evidence of that. It's coming. But in the book, as I say, and I hand this as a challenge to my brothers in the church, there will come a time in which we have very strong evidence, maybe less wrong, but very good evidence, that we really don't have free will, that we are all just machines subject to the firing of neurons in the brain. And then you have a really hard theological question. What becomes of Lent if you couldn't do anything other than sin in the way you did? What becomes of Yom Kippur, the Jewish Day of Atonement, if I didn't sin, I had no choice in the matter? So to me, the question here is, how do we, as a religious thinkers, face this challenge that is coming? It is rapidly coming. That this challenge that is making free will smaller and smaller in the world. And I think, just like Copernicus's theory, it was good theory for it, but the evidence didn't come until later. I think the theory that was reducing the place of free will is a very compelling theory from all kinds of directions. The evidence is not quite there yet, but it is coming. And then we'll be faced with another big problem, which is how do we answer questions about free will, which are, let's all be honest, much more fundamental to religions than whether or not the earth goes around the sun. Our free will is absolutely fundamental to religion. And so that's coming down the road. And I wrote the book to try and understand what happens when a religion is faced with an oncoming theory that's not quite that, then the evidence comes in. And by the way, there were rabbis, when the evidence came in, especially Foucault's pendulum, I have a whole chapter in the book on one rabbi who said, Copernicus is the firstborn of Satan. And then he has a problem. His problem is, well, what do you do with Foucault's pendulum? And the rabbi writes in his book, don't worry about that. We'll find out an answer to that. But it's not what the scientists think. So you can see that even faced with evidence, there are many people who push back. But that to me is the big problem here that's coming, and that's what I think this this question about where we are in the universe is a good model for more dialogue.
I hope that we will continue this discussion at 3, I mean at the end. He's better than Dr. House, isn't he?
For Dr. House, everyone lies, so...
Whatever. But only one comment. The first question was posed, I want you to know, by Christina, who is Christopher's wife. Thank you very much for coming with him, for accompanying him. And, you know, JP2 was a pope of family and marriage, so it's obvious that you had to come together. Thank you very much, and...
Well, thank you very much for all these very interesting lectures. Well, I think the compatibilists are still doing very well. So I think we're not that, we're far away still. Yeah, we're not there yet with the free will. So I think we do all have free will, and we choose now for lunch. And I'm sure we all deserved it. So the lunch is served just one throw down, and it's for everybody. All who are humans, and probably those who are not too. Thank you very much.
And please stay after the lunch, because I have the answer to Jeremy's question. But it will be only after the lunch. So enjoy. There is plenty of food here and downstairs.
Coś się... Za luźny jest, tak.
True, you don't even have a pin number. I saw Gubby changed his mind. He's going to take the students to eat at... yeah, it is going to be. Okay. Do you think you're going to go, do you think you'll go back to New York on a bus? Or what are you thinking about it? Yeah, I think so. I'm not paying attention to the date yet, but yeah.
I should stop. So now it's okay. Now it's on.
Pumped up because they liked it. Okay, so I'm going to go. Okay.
Nie, no jest problem, tak. Chwileczkę, no wszystko stanął.
Be free. He wants to sleep. He wants to have some siesta. We will not let him to do it.
I lost my list of speakers somewhere.
This is really weird. This morning around 9 o'clock.
Oh, that's all right. It's here too. But I would like to have Where did you see it? She wanted to have the diagnosis. I'll just read off. All right, thanks. I think we're already past the academic quarter, so if you could kindly finish up your bites, and then we'll start in about 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a signal to start our afternoon session, which will cover 3 lectures, and then at the end we will have a panel discussion with the lecturers being the panelists. So we also invite you to stay for that. So without further ado, I would like now to announce Professor Javier Sanchez-Canizares from the University of Navarra, who will speak to us on a singular universe, the ultimate Copernican revolution. Professor Canizares, the floor is yours.
So thank you for having me here in this terrific conference. I'm tempted to jump into the discussion with the other speakers, but I think we must fulfill the schedule. So you will have to stay with me in my talk. So I will be comprehensible if you have this temptation of a siesta. You know that Spanish word, siesta, after lunch mainly. But let's see if we can avoid that. So I will read most of my talk because I'm liable to ramble, so perhaps this is better for all of us. So a singular universe, the ultimate Copernican revolution. That's my introduction and the modern revolutions. It has become customary to depict the history of modern times as the succession of 3 momentous revolutions. The first of these was set in motion by Copernicus, and it stands as the archetype for subsequent intellectual transformations. Copernicus shattered the prevailing notion of the Earth's privileged position at the center of the solar system. Quite the contrary, our chaste world is just one planet among others, spinning around a star. Not only can observations be described more soberly with Copernicus' heliocentric model, but Newtonian mechanics could later confirm such a claim by showing that the Earth is not an inertial frame, the Foucault pendulum. Moreover, neither the solar system nor our galaxy is at the center of the universe, as contemporary astronomy has extensively shown, even if, ironically, every point of the expanding universe is its center at the very beginning, when all of space-time converged at the Big Bang. But that's a narrative for another occasion. Darwin's Origin of Species marks the culmination of the second revolution, where humanity relinquishes its position at the pinnacle of the entire spectrum of living beings. I haven't spoken that much about life. I wait that it will happen in discussion later. Although the precise mechanisms of life's emergence and its prevalence in the universe remain somewhat shrouded in mystery, the inception of the tree of life heralds a new era. Its branches perpetually evolve and adapt, giving rise to novel organisms that blend enduring structures and functions with contemporary innovations, whether those adaptations prove successful or not. Human beings are but one kind of organism in this gigantic change of life and cannot claim for themselves a special place in the fabric of evolution, irrespective of whether the latter is oriented towards an increasing complexity or turns out to be just cyclical. Good question. Arrow of time. Go to that later. The third evolution is still unfolding. Professor Jeremy mentioned that, I think. While Sigmund Freud might be credited as its pioneer by diminishing the significance of free will and the soul in human psychology, its implications are still taking shape, especially in light of the progress made in neuroscience. To put it briefly, the subjectivity and rich inner world of human beings, of us, which were traditionally deemed as attributes of an immaterial soul, are increasingly being understood as mere byproducts of the intricate complexity of the physical brain or the brain interacting with the human body and the environment. Although many gray areas remain in the scientific understanding of consciousness, free will, symbolic language, and the like, one expects the naturalization of human spirituality in a short time span. In other words, the spirit is nothing but a manifestation of matter in some complex natural processes. In this context, it seems audacious to once again put forth the notion of singularity, not only for our universe as a whole, but for all the physical systems it encompasses. Nevertheless, that is precisely my claim, even though the path I propose to tread is far from straightforward. In this contribution, I aim to show the epistemic singularities that emerge in our most fundamental conception of nature, particularly from the perspective of physics, and why I think that the transition from the epistemic to the ontological realm is justifiable, based on the structure of our knowledge and what we observe. To be sure, each of these transitions would deserve research projects for a comprehensive examination and can only be briefly touched upon here. Nonetheless, it is my intuition that this new perspective of the singularity of the universe we inhabit provides theological bridges that can enrich our understanding of God and his creative action, a God of singulars, which I would call the ultimate Copernican revolution. So, how singular is our universe? The scientific perspective. Most learned people are familiar with the notion of a finely tuned universe. If the specific values of the universal constants governing the laws of physics were slightly different, the universe wouldn't exist as we know it. However, before jumping to the conclusion that an infinitely intelligent being, aka God, had to decide so by fiat, one may invoke other logically plausible explanations, such as the anthropic principle or some multiverse. What often receives less attention is the question of the arrow of time, the fact that the future is different from the past and the present, as the second law of thermodynamics witnesses. Noticeably, the second law is the unique fundamental law expressed as an inequality. One may invoke general statistical considerations to derive the second law, But the past hypothesis looms large. That is, the need for an extremely tiny entropy at the Big Bang. In fact, Roger Penrose has made an estimate of the entropy at the Big Bang, drawing upon the Bekenstein-Hawking formula for black hole entropy. Without delving into the details, the entropy at the Big Bang is as small as 1 part in 10 to the power of 123. A ridiculous figure that somehow quantifies the singularity of our universe in its departure from thermodynamic equilibrium. Let me additionally point out that this number does not necessarily depend on the Big Bang as the definitive cosmological theory. It can be derived from rather broad considerations, so particularly this Bekenstein-Hawking formula for the entropy of the black hole. So, interestingly, this state of being significantly far from thermodynamic equilibrium is an enabling condition for the emergence of various distinct physical structures that also subsist out of equilibrium, opposing the global trend of the second law. Even more remarkable, such a degree of singularity is much greater than what one would strictly require for the emergence of sentient beings, not only on Earth, but conceivably on countless other planets. Neither the anthropic principle nor string theory, despite its 10 to the power of 500 free parameters from which to select the fundamental spacetime, can account for the thermodynamic singularity of the Big Bang. The epistemic singularities keep marching as we delve into quantum mechanics. We had some thoughts about quantum mechanics in the first talk. So quantum mechanics stands out as our most fundamental physical theory, but within its formal structure, quantum mechanics abstains from favoring any specific basis, a complete set of physical quantities in which one may frame all the relevant physics of the problem. One cannot tackle this technical problem, also known as the problem of privileged basis, without further assumptions regarding how and why the formal symmetry of the vector state is broken. Such a problem is closely related to the quantum factorization problem, that in a sufficiently general Hilbert space, most vector states are actually entangled when represented in the local bases corresponding to our observations. In other words, what I'm saying is this: the universe should most likely exhibit no local features. However, we observe it in a sufficiently local configuration, something rather unlikely unless a fine-tuned decoherence occurs. One of the most plausible answers for said conundrum comes from Wojciech Grygiel, a leading scholar in the physics of decoherence, and his existential interpretation. According to Grygiel, one might still ask why the preferred basis of neurons becomes correlated with the classical observables in the familiar universe. It would be, after all, so much easier to believe in quantum mechanics, quantum physics, if we could train our senses to perceive non-classical superpositions. One obvious reason is that selection of the available interaction Hamiltonians is limited and constrains the choice of detectable observables. There is, however, always according to Grygiel, another reason for this focus on the classical that must have played a decisive role. Our senses did not evolve for the purpose of verifying quantum mechanics. Rather, they have developed in the process in which survival of the fittest played a central role. There is no evolutionary reason for perception when nothing can be gained from prediction. And as the predictability sieve illustrates, only quantum states that are robust in spite of decoherence, and hence effectively classical, have predictable consequences. Indeed, classical reality can be regarded as nearly synonymous with predictability. In simpler terms, our familiar classical reality is the consequence of the workings of evolution in the quantum world. Unsurprisingly, Grygiel has labeled quantum Darwinism his understanding of environment-induced decoherence. However, one may perceive a notable circularity in this line of argumentation. The ultimate link in humans between the neural correlates of observations and their content would provide the rationale for identifying the preferred basis with the one offering more predictability. That is, relevant, permanent information from the environment, usually the basis of spatially localized properties. But then, the emergence of our subjectively observed preferred basis needs to assume a priori the existence of that same preferred basis. However, there is absolutely no need, strictly speaking, for such a link to hold if one is only willing to assume the formalism of quantum mechanics without further ado. To put it bluntly, the emergence of the classical world from the quantum world cannot be an automatic consequence of quantum formalism alone. Nevertheless, this is not the greatest challenge for a would-be theory of everything. Even if one might find compelling reasons for a local universe, solving the problem of the privileged basis through cherry-picked decoherence doesn't even touch upon the measurement problem. The remarkable fact that a physical system may remain in a superposition of possible results until one performs a measurement and obtains a definite outcome. Hence, by incorporating additional assumptions, such as suitable division between system and environment and an adequate coarse graining, decoherence can aspire to elucidate why we do not observe superposition of local observables, but doesn't solve the problem of definite outcomes, doesn't solve the measurement problem. We are left without a model of how this transition occurs from the superposition of many possible outcomes to only a definite one. Even worse, certain no-go theorems and experimental findings practically rule out the possibility of this transition being a physical process governed by hidden variables. The only logical escape would entail embracing superdeterminism. I don't know whether you are happy with that. So let's wait until discussion. What remains of paramount importance in these singular processes, measurements, is that someone acquires information. In doing so, the mind and consciousness of the observer become non-trivially involved. Even if one need not endorse radical interpretation of quantum mechanics, where the act of conscious observation alone triggers the collapse of the wave function and the attainment of a definite outcome, the mere fact that the epistemic cannot be divorced from the ontological suggests a singular interconnection between these two realms. Last but not least, as alluded to at the outset of this section, the emergence of individual systems retains its singular nature. This point can be summarized as follows. What justifies our treatment of a system and its environment as two distinct entities when we rely solely on physical arguments? Indeed, one can consider specific ranges of physical quantities at some scale, such as typical energy interactions, spatial extension, or time duration, but such explanations make only sense from the epistemic slant, that is, attending to the observer's interests, and most importantly, for the sake of simplicity in the calculations. Yet the big question remains, do systems possess genuine reality within our universe? Certainly, one could respond with a resounding no, from an anti-realist standpoint, or adopt the philosophical position known as perspectivalism. However, pursuing such a path leaves unanswered the question of why some improbable configurations of basic stuff, namely we, human beings, perceive the world in such a strange way, namely via apparent regularities that should not be regarded as fundamental whatsoever. Conversely, if one thinks that individual systems, ranging from atoms to metazones, hold genuine ontological status, a better criterion for individuation than invoking appearances becomes imperative. Traditional philosophy used to call it a principle of individuation. This issue becomes particularly acute when dealing with complex dynamical systems. Despite the efforts of the new philosophy of biology to elucidate the emergence of such systems, self-organization, ontopoiesis, inactivism, teledynamics, ecological psychology. There remains a risk of singularity when attempting to pinpoint what precisely determines an individual system as distinct from the rest of the world. As Alicia Juarrero has recently highlighted, our enhanced understanding of complexity suggests that identity and individuation must be reframed as fluid, yet metastable and persistent dynamic interdependencies, forged by constraints in particular contexts and historical moments. If such reframing goes beyond the epistemic, it entails that in order to fully understand each system extant in the universe, history plays a pivotal role. Juarrero asserts that the coevolution of individual and context generally, including humans and their organizations, makes each journey unique. In the process, each is individuated, uniquely so. One should add that this uniqueness is not solely numerical, but also epistemically singular. Had things been slightly different, one couldn't account for the emergence of such an individual system, this particular system. There are many possible worlds in which all the things we are familiar with do not exist. Consequently, renewed understanding of identity and individuation as contextually embedded and coherent interconnectedness seems necessary. But even if one may become sympathetic to such aspiration, the essential question persists. What sort of coherence and interconnectedness makes some process an individual entity? So, second part of my talk, the God of Singulars, the theological perspective. In the second part of my intervention, I am to draw from the insight of Wolfhard Pannenberg's theology of creation, in order to illuminate why individuals hold profound significance for a theology attentive to science. In doing so, I propose to retrace our steps from epistemology to ontology with the guidance of the best Christian thinking. Let me introduce my claim directly. The singularity of creation spreads over all and every one of its creatures. Such singularity means that God is the ultimate determiner in each natural process and physical system. He is so from all eternity. God's unique and eternal creative act unfolds into a multiform variety of effects that reach the whole universe and the coming into being of every individual system across universal history. In essence, God is the God of singulars. Such a theological move provides two remarkable advantages, in my view. Firstly, it harmoniously combines plurality and unity in creation without compromising divine unity. God's eternal action gives rise to distinct temporal effects, but more importantly, it underscores the perpetual divine action in creation without succumbing to the pitfalls of the God of the gaps. Theological research on divine action has always navigated between two treacherous waters. The Sheila of the God of the gaps, the benchmark of interventionist accounts, and the Charybdis of making God redundant as a transcendental cause, if such a primary cause remains undetectable within natural processes. Nonetheless, a game-changing element appears here, the inherent limitation of science to fully explain the singularity of each physical process, as illustrated in the preceding section. Said epistemic shortfall points towards an ontological void that only the God of singulars can fill. God is not foreign to nature. Instead, his presence and action pervade the natural world to varying degrees, contingent on God's mode of self-communication to each being. Consequently, we are unable to gain a comprehensive scientific understanding of the emergence of each natural being or physical system, which manifests as singular due to the underdetermination of individuals by scientific laws. In essence, there is no sufficient scientific reason for the existence of any individual creature, as the inherent contingency of events reveals. Pannenberg, in recent times, has delved into the theoretical underpinnings of this deep structure within creation. He articulates it as follows. The logos is the generative principle of all the finite reality that involves the difference of one thing from another, a principle grounded in the self-distinction of the eternal Son from the Father. As the productive principle of diversity, the logos is the origin of each individual creature in its distinctiveness and of the order of relation between the creatures. The logos is not merely transcendent in relation to the creatures, he is also at work in them as it constitutes for each its own specific existence in its own identity. We find in this narrative the much-needed exposition of the interplay between primary and secondary causes, an area that has been left unexplored for too long. Alternatively, it can be viewed as the articulation of the triune God's transcendence and immanence within his creation. Individual creatures cannot exist without God or against him. Individuation and autonomy do not have to be pulled out from God, as they are the goal of his creative work. Distinctiveness across every natural scale is cherished by the Father in his Son. It could be said that history, moreover, evolutionary history, unfolds for the sake of each and every creature coming into being through its particular and unfathomable history. Quote, in the process of evolution, new things emerge step by step that we cannot reduce to already existing things. End quote. As is well known, this history can also serve as battleground where opposition to God and among creatures unfolds, resulting in division and severed relationships. Achieving a comprehensive determination of every being thus implies locating its rightful place within the entire creation, a task that only the ultimate work of God's eternal providence can fulfill. Complete determination lies beyond the reach of the beings themselves, human beings included. According to Pannenberg's theology, the triumph over the dark aspects of individuation lies in the future. Quote, we have to regard the dynamic of the Spirit in creation from the very outset in terms of the coming consummation, that is, as an expression of the power of his future. Furthermore, the often neglected concept of final causation, dismissed as outdated and seemingly obsolete in modern times, regains its significance. An ontological understanding of natural events from the standpoint of the priority of the future seems mandatory. The unity of life that we see only partially in the sequence of moments in time, and that can find actualization as a whole only in eternal simultaneity, can be attained in the process of time only from the future, which brings it to totality. The goal of the Spirit's dynamic is to give creaturely forms duration by a share in eternity and to protect them against the tendency to disintegrate that follows from their independence. The singularity of the universe and its systems stems from teleology, intrinsically linked with God's eternal act of creation, enabled by the Son and guided by the Spirit. As God is the ultimate purpose of all creation, he remains concealed from pure human reasoning until the culmination of time. Nonetheless, from eternity, he is intimately involved in steering the successive actualization of all creatures. Human beings, as part of creation, can only experience eternity in time as the future in the present, a future that is already determined in the present. Faith, often seen as distinct from human knowledge, should be understood as a form of comprehension, a foundation beneath knowledge. In this sense, faith signifies understanding. Understanding. Let me quote Benedict XVI in Spe Salvi. Faith is not merely a personal reaching out towards things to come that are still totally absent. It gives us something, It gives us even now something of the reality we are waiting for. And this present reality constitutes for us a proof of the things that are still unseen. Faith draws the future into the present so that it's no longer simply a not yet. The fact that this future exists changed the present. The present is touched by the future reality, and thus the things of the future spill over into those of the present, and those of the present into those of the future. So let me come to my conclusions, recapitulation. My concluding reflections underscore the reason why God's involvement in nature, while undeniably real, must stay concealed within the realm of science. It can only be hinted at as fundamental indetermination at multiple levels within the natural world. Hence, it can only be critically recognized as a presupposition of all scientific undertakings. To wit, presuppositions need not be explicitly stated in every scientific endeavor, but should not be disregarded when one seeks a more comprehensive view of what science does not, and means within the much bigger edifice of human knowledge. To be sure, scientific achievements do not emerge ex nihilo and are far from self-sustaining. The need for gathering additional information in order to proceed scientifically with any problem serves as a poignant reminder that our epistemic mismatches may have their proximal origin in a feeble human reason and a deeper origin in the inscrutable creative action of God. Let me quote Augustine. Some people, in order to discover God, read a book. But there's a great book, the very appearance of created things. Look above and below, note, read. God, whom you want to discover, didn't make the letter with ink. He put it in front of your eyes, the very things that he made. Can you ask for a louder voice than that? I intend to interpret this quote not in the traditional sense assumed by the Catechism of the Catholic Church, which emphasizes that the beauty and order of creatures lead to God. My interpretation focuses on the very existence of singular systems, each distinct from the others. From the vantage point of physics, there exists no inherent criterion that licenses the differentiation among them. The recognition of this system is, in essence, an a priori assumption, contingent upon the fundamental premise that individual systems indeed exist, and they are not merely convenient epistemic constructs designed to describe our perceptions. Every system is singular in a specific sense, distinguishing it from the universe as a whole and from any other system, no matter which scale we are looking at. Every system has required its particular history to come into being. This intimate connection between the large and the small-scale structure of the universe in energy, space, and time reminds us that the three revolutions highlighted in the interaction extend their influence further than initially envisioned. They emphasize that nothing is singular in isolation. The singularity of our universe is not merely a matter of comparison with hypothetical alternative universes. Similarly, the singularity of life or of the human being is not a matter of downplaying the significance of abiotic natural processes or other living entities. It is a matter of the interconnectedness that unites diverse scales, processes, and beings, and is ultimately rendered feasible by the God of the singulars. A singular God, indeed, in whom the personal distinctions coalesce with the most simple unity and profound communion. The revolution to come belongs to the children of God as they discover their rightful place and purpose in the universe. Pannenberg's quote, "When we distinguish ourselves and all creaturely things from God, and thus subject ourselves with all creatures to God as creator, thereby paying God the honor of his deity, the self-distinction of the eternal Son from the Father finds expression. Hence, our determination as creatures aims at the incarnation of the Son and therefore at participation in the eternal fellowship of the Son with the Father. Involved, too, is the destiny of all creation, for all creatures are taken up with us into our self-distinction as creatures from God, so that with us they might be differentiated from God, but also at the same time related to Him as Creator. While science and theology represent two distinct human pursuits, they can and should harmonize in the intellectual lives of the faithful. Copernicus, I believe, would wholeheartedly endorse this ultimate revolution. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for the inspiring lecture, and now we have some time for questions. So anyone who has a question or a comment? Yes, please go ahead. Do we have a microphone or? There is one. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. It was important, I think, to bring Darwin into this question because of the theological questions that his theory raises. And I wonder how you could address, in non-mathematical terms, because I'm not a mathematician, although I want to be, what we understand now from genetics, and indeed from that map that you showed of the human, is that we are all interconnected in a far closer way than we had ever thought. And we also understand that we're not only interconnected in that way, but there are specific examples. We all know that chimpanzees and humans have 97% the same DNA. So I'm wondering how you can explain sort of this focus on singularity when what I think we're learning from a lot from Darwin, and indeed for the chase in physics for the grand unified theory of everything, which we haven't got yet, but maybe we will, where we're doing away with the differences in many ways, and we're coming to understand not different singularities, but our commonalities.
I think that to understand singularities, you need to understand commonalities. And actually, science, in a sense, is the endeavor of understanding things from very common grounds and commonalities. And physics nowadays, tries to understand things from concepts like symmetry. So symmetry stresses the commonalities of many apparently different things. That's true. That's true. But we have to reach the singular, what really exists. And in order to do that, in science, we have to cope with things like symmetry breaking, boundary conditions, initial conditions. So things that somehow we put under the, behind the scenes. So we don't talk about it much because we don't understand them. So they don't fit so nicely in the edifice of science. I think that what we're coming to understand is that what I try to stress is that our universe as a whole is singular, but it's singular because it allows for the emergence of singular element systems within it. And this interconnection is also singular in itself. So it allows for differentiation. So it's not a matter of underlying Platonism, where the ideal equals the real. So I strongly reject that. I think that's not true. And I think that I align with the ideas of Giulio Maspero this morning, and so how Aristotelian philosophy tried to improve Platonism. So the question, it seems that the singularity of our universe is necessary in order to have something like life in this pale blue planet. So it's not a matter of serendipity disconnected from the whole universe. So the universe in itself has to be the way it is in order to have the possibility of having life and having this differentiation in the tree of life. And for that, I don't think that you can forget about this question of symmetry breakings, of information and novelties appearing in the very fabric of evolution. So I don't think that you can understand things only from commonalities. That is my answer.
Any more questions? Oh yes, the professor in the back.
Piotr Zieliński, physics. You mentioned symmetry breaking, and when I listen to that, of course, what comes to my mind is Pierre Curie, principe de Curie, de Pierre Curie, which states that whenever there is a symmetry breaking, there must be a symmetry compensation. So, for instance, many people think that if there are positive protons and negative electrons, then we have to have another universe with symmetry, another domain in the Pierre Curie principle. So could you comment on that from your point of view, please?
I don't know whether I will comment in the direction that you wish, but so if I understand well that principle, so it says that symmetry, so a general symmetry is lost, but is recovered somehow, like with partial symmetries. So if I understand well, so we could see all the evolution of the universe as a continual breaking of symmetries where things become more and more determined, and in that sense more and more different, at the same time that they are interconnected. So that's how I understand the question of symmetry. So I was thinking as a physicist in the beginning of the universe, where it seems that we have this common interaction, this common universal interaction, and as the universe cools down, so we have these symmetry breakings and the emergence of different interactions, so gravitation first, and then nuclear force and electroweak force, and we see now, well, all this differentiation, at least on planet Earth. So where this leads, I think it has to do also with complexity and the interaction with all these different beings, and can't say more.
Any more questions? There was one more. Okay, I had one little remark, because you're consistently using the word singularity, but in physics it has a bit of a different meaning. So I was kind of getting confused, because you're probably using the word singularity in terms of a unity or uniqueness, right? More than like let's say in general relativity, we understand the singularity as like space-time singularity, which is actually where the theory breaks down. So I thought your understanding of singularity is more like a unity or uniqueness. Is that how it is? That's my...
I agree that it's different from the initial meaning in a scientific context. But what do we understand by singularity in a scientific context is that our most fundamental theory breaks down. So Big Bang is a singularity because we don't know what's going on there. We don't know enough physics. So we need to put together quantum mechanics and relativity in order to know what happens in the Big Bang. So we don't know how to do that. But perhaps that's pointing towards a different question, that it's maybe, so we need a different interpretation, so we need a different kind of knowledge in order to go with that. So we need to assume that there is something to start with. So we need some new information and derive our understanding of evolution from that. So I think that with singularity, I'm trying to point out that there are epistemic singularities, so things that we don't know how to cope with, but they may be pointing out to ontological singularities, so something that is really new, so that one couldn't predict because it's really new.
All right, any more questions on that? So, well, if that's it, let us again thank Professor Canizares for his wonderful lecture. And our next speaker is Professor Michał Heller from the Pontifical University of John Paul II, also the Copernicus Center for Interdisciplinary Studies in Krakow, who will
speak to us the Copernican question in theology. Must theology be geocentric? Professor Heller.
On this title slide, you see a diagram. This diagram is a proof that there exists some extrasolar planets. Here you see the diagram showing how the planet is going in front of its own sun, and because it is screening the sun, the brightness of the sun is diminishing. And then the planet goes out of the sun, and the brightness increases, and so on and so on. So this is a trace of the movements of a planet. And from this diagram we can read many physical features of this planet. And this diagram poses a theological question. There are many other planets. Perhaps there are some intelligent beings on them. And the question arises, does theology have to be geocentric? And I call this the Copernican question in cosmology. Christianity is certainly Christogeocentric. And this beautiful icon nicely illustrates this fact. Let's look, for example, at this lamb. This is an earthly animal, a production of a long chain of evolution on our planet. And it is, in this picture, incorporated into religious theological symbolism. So Christianity is indeed Christogeocentric, and this cannot be denied. On the other hand, we also cannot deny that Christos, Logos, has also a cosmic dimensions. On this another icon we can, or picture, we can see that Logos is above the universe. The very idea that the incarnation might not be an earthly only privilege seemed in old days, perhaps even now, theologically absurd, or at the best a theological fiction. These questions are becoming very urgent questions, especially when we take into account that quite recently the first confirmed discovery of an extrasolar planet was announced in 1992. Here on this little picture at the bottom of this slide, we see the star, and the planet is crossing the surface of the sun, and this is the diagram we know about well. And such planets are many of them. As of 24th of August 2023, there are 5,502 confirmed exoplanets, and in more than 4,000 planetary systems, and about 1,000 of them have more than one planet. And there are much more potential candidates to be confirmed. It is estimated that every fifth star of the type of our sun has a planet with a mass similar to that of the Earth, and which is located at the habitable zone, the so-called ecosphere of its planet, of its parent star. That is to say, within the area around the star in which the physical conditions prevail that allow for the existence of water. Since there are, which is an estimate, 200 billion stars in our galaxy, it can be assumed that there are 11 billion planets about size of our Earth lying in the habitable zones of their suns. This is only in our galaxy, but within the visible universe there are 10 to 20 galaxies. So the question, theological question about geocentrism is indeed urgent. How many planets, potential habitats of life, are there? Are there any living organisms on any of them? And what about intelligent beings? The question of the meaning of the Christos geocentrism of Christianity ceases to be a marginal question in theology, and it could be justly called the Copernican question in theology. And this was Copernicus, who was credited with degrading man from the central position in the universe to its far periphery, and whose name is often given to a principle, also called the cosmological principle in modern cosmology, that assigns an earthly observer an average position in the space of the universe. We have many, many stars and planets, as we can see here, and somewhere here there are some observers, and our pale blue dot somewhere here. However, Copernicus, strictly speaking, couldn't throw man out of the center. And he did not that, because man never occupied it. If the medievals imagined the Earth of the center of as the center of the universe and God above it, in the empyrean heaven, that is to say, outside the circumference of the universe, it was only because they were not very concerned, the medievals were not very concerned about geometry, or as C.S. Lewis put it, for the medievals, God, who is really the center to our senses, he is the circumference. So the medieval world was not anthropocentric, it was theocentric. God was in the center, and if medievals placed God outside the circumference of the universe, this was because they were not much concerned about the geometry, or perhaps they used some kind of mirror symmetry. God is, in fact, in the center, but to us it seems to be on the circumference. Well, and this is a picture how Dante presented the structure of the universe, and we see that at the center of the earth, that is to say in the center, in the very center of the universe, there is not humanity, it is hell. Sorry. It is hell here in the center of the universe. So we have here a medieval heliocenters. Okay. In fact, the degradation of man occurred, but a generation after Copernicus, and not under the influence of his personal work, but rather by the processes that his work triggered, namely the unification of terrestrial physics and celestial physics, the geometrization of space, from Newton on, people started to imagine the space of the universe as a Euclidean space. So it was a geometrization of space. It was, in fact, a long process in history. The mathematization of science, another process which eliminated man from the cognizing subjects of the universe, so to speak. And then, perhaps the most important process, putting the importance of controlled experiment above purely rational speculation. So again, elimination of human being, of human mind from methodology of science. This indeed eliminated, degraded man from his central position. I mentioned cosmological principle in modern cosmology today. This principle is also called Copernican principle, and it states, roughly speaking, that an observer placed anywhere in space sees the image of the universe on average the same as all other observers. Therefore, there are no privileged observers. All are on equal footing. And cosmological principle has consolidated the common belief that the human being is an insignificant detail in the architecture of the universe. However, man does not like to be average. And therefore, as soon as the so-called anthropic principle appeared in cosmology in the 70s of the previous century, suggesting that human being is not, after all, an insignificant detail in the universe, it made a great career not only in cosmological discussions, but also in a broader social reception. And the anthropic principle states that for life as we know it on Earth, to appear in the universe on at least one planet, the initial conditions of the universe had to be exactly as they were. Any deviation from them, even the smallest one, would render the universe sterile for life. Hundreds of works have appeared in the scientific literature illustrating this principle with many concrete examples. So, after all, human being, as it seemed, is not an insignificant detail in the universe, because the entire structure of the universe must be somehow synchronized in order to enable biological evolution to take off. And the matter took yet another turn when the concepts of infinitely many universes parallel to ours, the so-called multiverse idea, appeared. And now we are dealing not with one set of initial conditions, but with an infinite or perhaps gigantically large set of them. In such a context, we live in a very unique, very singular or unique universe, because otherwise we simply would not exist. There are many universes with all possible initial conditions, and we live in this special singular universe because in other universes we could not exist. And although we seem very special, we are just byproduct of infinity, at least in this vision. Either way, the human problem had grown to enormous proportions, although in the eyes of humans it had always been so. Infinitely many universes had to be brought into existence to deal with the human problems. Of course, I have to mention that the idea of multiverse is not commonly accepted by cosmologists and physicists. It is very, so to speak, loud idea, very popular in social media, but not so much among specialists. Okay, this is the state of the question, so to speak. And now there are many questions that theologian could and should address regarding the possibility of the existence of terrestrial intelligent beings. There are many such questions, but I will limit myself to only 3 such questions. The first is the human being the goal of creation? The second, is the Christian revelation intended only for the earth? And the third, does the fact of the incarnation privilege only the earth? That is to say, there is one incarnation on the earth, or there are perhaps many other incarnations. Pre-Darwinian biology was based on 2 assumptions. The first was the doctrine of the immutability of species, supported by Platonic metaphysics, by the way. And the second assumption was the principle of finality. And the theory of evolution has replaced finality with natural selection adaptation and has eliminated finality from the empirical sciences. The banning of the teleological final explanations from empirical sciences has become a methodological rule. In theology, on the other hand, the situation is different. Purposefulness or finality is a part of an irrational action, and the creation act of God should be regarded as maximally rational. But in accordance with the principle of theological methodology, the meaning of the terms such as goal, purposefulness, purposeful action do not coincide with the meanings we associate with these terms in everyday or even philosophical language. This is sometimes called in philosophy and theology the principle of analogy. Moreover, the purpose that God implements in the work of creation certainly goes beyond our cognitive capabilities. We can only guess at certain aspects of it. Sorry, it's not this way. And the lack of a clear distinction between the natural and theological principles of finality, so we must clearly distinguish finality as it works in natural sciences and theological principle of finality. And the lack of this distinction led some thinkers to, or rather misled some thinkers to the doctrine of intelligent design. Of course, from the theological point of view, and in the theological sense, the work of creation is intelligently designed, but not in the sense that its traces should be looked for in some details that empirical science cannot currently explain. So I want to say that the term intelligent design, if properly understood, is correct theological terms, but it was, so to speak, appropriated by some people who tend to literally interpret biblical texts. And in the plane of natural sciences, the methodological principle of eliminating finality is fully applicable. And now, does the possible existence of intelligent extraterrestrials somewhere in the universe in any way disturb the special place that humans inhabiting Earth occupy in God's plan? And I think my answer is extremely simple. I think that the same principle can be applied here that in theology and also in the private piety of many people is applied to the relationship between God and every individual human being. When, for instance, I pray to God, I refer to him as someone with whom I have a very personal and very intimate contact, even though I perfectly well know that there are several billion people like me on earth, and each of them can have the same intimate individual relationship with God. We should not forget that God is infinite, just like me. Not just like me, infinite, but some people have the same intimate individual relationship with God just like me. Why shouldn't we apply the same to God's relationship with other humanities if they exist in the universe? This is a big if, because we really do not know whether they exist or not. We can assume or suppose. And now the second question, is Christian revelation intended only for the earth? In the methodology of theology, there is so-called the principle of accommodation. It states that God reveals himself in terms that are understandable to whom he addresses. If we apply this principle to properly interpret the revelation given to us on earth, then we should make even more use of it in communication with others or with respect to others. We would not have the right to demand that they accept our revelation without far-reaching accommodation, and accommodation in both directions. That is to say, both sides, we and the others, would have to make a huge effort to understand each other and get into the situation, place itself to the situation of the interlocutor. It is when not known in advance that such mutual accommodation would be possible in every case. It is easy to imagine two civilizations whose languages, mentalities, and histories would be mutually untranslatable. I took an example from the book by Keith Ward, Christ and the Cosmos. Keith Ward is an Oxford eminent theologian, and he writes in his book, God is truly Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, as God truly relates to human beings. But just suppose that there are non-human beings in existence, whether angels or alien life forms. Would God truly be to them a male member of the species Homo sapiens, his male offspring, and a being which often takes the form of a bird? These symbols could only apply where there was bisexual reproduction and winged flight. And we face the dilemma, one incarnation versus many incarnations. And this dilemma put the theologian to a severe test. However, a theologian well trained in Christian dogmatics should be prepared for such challenges. Let us recall, for example, the mystery of the Eucharist. Christ truly present in the form of bread in thousands of places on the earth. Indeed, God would not be infinite if we could understand all his plans. And our imagination, theological imagination, gives us various possibilities. One of them is many or infinitely many incarnations on different planets of the universe. Some of these extrasolar civilizations could be fallen, some other not. Indeed, the histories of various extraterrestrials can take very different paths. God could enter the history not necessarily through the incarnation like he did on earth. He could, for example, reveal himself to them by the direct light of their minds or in some other ways, etc., etc. But perhaps at this point we could stop thinking such imaginations, because we could easily fall into doing theology fiction. And now we could approach to our general conclusion. We should be certainly firmly rooted in Christogeocentrism, but we should be open to the fact that Christ has cosmic dimensions. And the last question. Is Christian revelation indeed only for Earth? This question could be rephrased in a more practical terms. Would you baptize an extraterrestrial? This is the title of the book written by Guy Consolmagno and Paul Miller from the Vatican Observatory. And a very good summary of our discussion is the answer to this question given by Guy Consolmagno to a journalist. The question was, would you baptize an extraterrestrial? And the answer, if she asked me. By the way, Brother Consolmagno seems to suppose that there are she's and he's among them, which is not so obvious. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this very illuminating lecture. And of course, now we have time for questions.
It's not a question, it's a kind of association. C.S. Lewis, in one of his books, it doesn't come to my mind which one. I think that maybe Mere Christianity. He explores the possibility in his imagination that he's visiting a new planet, and he meets, and he meets the rational beings, and they are all very similar to Christ. I mean, they have faces of Christ. So it is one of the possibility, because I don't know if they need Christ and salvation. I don't know if they need our economy of salvation, because maybe there was no sin there. So whatever, they are similar to Christ, and they have this imprint of cosmic logos in their beings. So thank you very much for the lecture as well.
Yeah, thank you, Father Heller. It was amazing. It's a little question regarding whether the universe is for the sake of man or not. I was thinking about this very fine-tuned initial condition of the universe. So you said that it has to be really fine-tuned in order to have living beings like men. But it seems that it's even more fine-tuned than necessary in order to have sentient beings. So it seems that there is room for something more than life or human beings or sentient beings. So would that be a trace or a hint that we should expect something more? Or, in other words, do you buy the anthropic principle?
Anthropic principle is not a cosmological theory. It's just a kind of observation, theoretical observation. So we must preserve a rather cautious state of mind with respect to the anthropic principle. Because the problem of the initial conditions of the universe is a very serious cosmological problem, and we expect that some light on this problem, if not a solution, could be given when we finally have a final theory of quantum cosmology. And might be that if we finally have such a theory, then we will know why these initial conditions occurred and not some others. And it might be that the existence of biological evolution and the existence of human beings is just a byproduct of some other, perhaps even more wonderful things. So we must have open mind.
I don't know if it is a question. Lastly, I was reading something from the 16th century. Pardon? Not only as usual, but yeah, I'm reading a lot of it. And I found very interesting questions given also by theologians. Not only, but for example, Paracelsus was asking this question, but this was the question of all theologians. It was shortly after the discovery of the America and other islands. And the question was, are they humans? Do they have souls? Or maybe not? And how they were created? And we had the idea of the pre-Adamite generation. So they were created even before Adam. This was one of the many answers. Or the other answers was they were created with a separate act of creation after the fall. About Indians. So I think we have some ideas about what happens if there are no humans who are very similar to us, because they were similar, but the same question. And the answers were not very, I would say, satisfying us today. Do you think is the same kind of questions or a little bit different?
There are certainly some similarities, and I remember that Olaf Petersen, who was an eminent Danish historian of science, once remarked that when the church had to judge whether the Indians in America are humans or not, it took to the Vatican officials 2 years to investigate the question and give the answer. But when there was a case of Galileo, they decided in 3 days. So let us imitate rather medievals and take a lot of time to decide our questions.
So thanks for your talk. I want to throw more to the audience a historical perspective and then ask what you might think. We could have had this discussion 200 years ago, because 200 years ago, astronomers generally believed that all planets were inhabited and all stars were suns. And so you can find astronomers in the 19th century speaking of intelligent fish on Jupiter building castles and things like that. You can find astronomers arguing for life on the sun. And it was generally believed that all matter generated life naturally, and so therefore things would be inhabited. So arguably, since then, as many exoplanets as we found, the universe is much more sterile than what we once thought. That we find the planets in the solar system are most certainly lifeless, certainly devoid of intelligent life, and star systems are not all like the sun. Exoplanets are very different. And our search for extraterrestrial intelligence hasn't turned anything up. So what do you think the discussions will be if we continue in this direction and we find that life seems to be sparse? I won't say absent in the universe, but sparse, and perhaps sparse enough that we will not find other intelligent life if it exists. What do you think will be the theological implications of a universe in which life and creatures like us are very few and far between?
course, we should just wait and see what will be. But I think that theology is not an empirical science, but we can envisage a theological experiment when perhaps we finally meet extraterrestrials or may have some contact with them. This could be a real theological experience to talk with them, and of course with the help of all accommodations we could have. What do you think about such an experiment?
It would be very interesting. If we know, I mean, the common language of communication.
This reminds me a story about Agatha Christie. When she was dying, and a journalist came to her and asked her, "Are you afraid of death? You wrote so many books about dying." And she says, "No, I am not afraid. I am very interested." So we can some other experiments in view.
I have another question, Father Heller. You on your work on quantum gravity and the non-commutative geometries, there are models which were indicating that there's dynamics and there's no time. Am I right? So how would you imagine theology in a domain when there's really no time, hypothetically?
Mathematics can help the theology in many respects, especially when some models are wanted to illustrate some very abstract aspects. So you mentioned dynamics without time. Theologians for a long time say that in eternity there is no time. But I think there is some dynamics there because otherwise would be very dull. And in mathematics we can have such models in which there is no time, but there is dynamics, and there are so-called non-commutative model in geometry when this exactly occurs. And indeed I did some work in this field. And there is also another a model, in the same model which illustrates another question. We were speaking about singular universe, what makes of the man a singular being, an identity principle, so to speak. So the answer in non-commutative mathematics is very simple. The principle, we can speak about the self-identical object only if we have commutative geometry. If you have non-commutative geometry, there is no identity, but without identity we can, in spite of this fact, we can do some statistical predictions, for instance, which is very hard to understand because our imagination is accustomed to commutative things, but mathematics teaches us some abstract thinking. What seems to us impossible sometimes can be implemented in some abstract mathematical models. And perhaps I would explain what does it mean non-commutativity. Okay. For instance, 2 times 3 is commutative because it is the same like 3 times 2. But there are some things which are not commutative. For instance, I can Polish my English, but I cannot English my Polish.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess we can thank Professor Heller for his wonderful lecture. And now I have the bad news for you, because this is actually, our conference is coming to the end, but this is not to say that I have great news for you, because the last lecture will be presented by Professor Robert Wozniak, who is just getting a drink to get ready for the lecture. And the title of the lecture is Hans Blomberg's Readings of Copernicus, Sun, Science and Secularization. Professor Wozniak, the floor is yours.
So answering your question to Professor Heller, I can say that as a theologian, whatever I do, I always try to think without time, in time, but without time. But seriously, the greatest problem of theology from the philosophical perspective, speculative problem for theology is always the relationship of time and eternity, grace and freedom, body and soul. Spiritual God is creating a material beings, and these material beings, they are his image and likeness. Why? Isn't it enough just to be a spiritual being, rational being, to be the perfect, created image of who God is? So this is, I mean, your question is very common for theologians, and I am tempted to say that there is nothing outside theology, as Derrida once said that there is nothing outside text. I would be tempted to say that there is nothing outside theology. The object of my topic is not Copernicus directly, but it is his modern reception by one of the, I would say, greatest thinkers, German greatest thinkers of 20th century. Usually we would talk about Heidegger or whatever, whomever. But Blumenberg is an excellent guy. He's a very thoughtful philosopher, and not as Heidegger, Blumenberg, does his philosophy in very close cooperation with sciences. I would like to address two of his books. The first one is Die Legitimität der Neuzeit. This is probably his most well-known book. And the second one is, and it touches our topic today, Die Genesis der Kopernikanischen Welt, a book in which he addressed directly the question of what Copernicus did and how it relates to modernity. So both of these books, he has produced much more, but I mean, I'm interested only in these two topics. They are interconnected. The first one was published in 1966, and the second one on Copernicus in 3 volumes in 1975. So, and there is a close logical and philosophical, and I would even say theological interrelations between these two books. The first one, Die Legitimität der Neuzeit, the legitimacy of modern age, is just an intent of legitimization, justification of the newness of modernity. So he wants to emphasize that against the common opinion, modernity is not just a repetition in new language, what already was there in medieval period and in antiquity. And I will address this book from the perspective of the appearance in this book of Copernicus. And he's quoted and analyzed a lot in this book. But there is another one which is dedicated only to Copernicus, and I would like to analyze these books not from the perspective of what Blumenberg says about Copernicus, but what he says about theology in this book. So let's go to the first book, Legitimization. Blumenberg was a thinker who showed a constant dissatisfaction in the face of reductionist and simplistic visions of the evolution of ideas. The project of legitimization modernity, for which he is best known, was a response to just such a simplistic reading of the origins and history of the modern era in terms of secularization. So what he objects in the first book is he does not agree in saying that modernity is a secularization of medieval period or antiquity. For him, it is a kind of reductionist statement. The fundamental problem with this notion, the notion of secularization, in his view, was the essential reduction of modernity to the legacy of previous eras. Secularization in such a reduced sense implies a strong reference to the main ideological themes of pre-modern times and thus does not allow for a full articulation of the novelty of the modern age. In such a hermeneutic space, secularization becomes one of the tools with which the legitimacy of modernity is attacked. This is his quotation. So usually we think that modernity attacks Christianity with secularization, and he says, no, this is the secularization. The idea of secularization is a kind of attack against modernity, a kind of deprivation of modernity from its novelty, from its newness. In this perspective, the New Age is accused of being regressive and of being an inferior version of what was already there. For the author of Legitimacy, the novelty of the modern era is the self-understanding of the subject, its self-assertion, the belief that it can know and organize reality by itself. This has important consequences. Explaining the world no longer needs recourse to a myriad of external causes. Man is able to orient himself in its thicket. From this subjective perspective, when man dares to know, the world becomes a kind of compact whole capable of being explained on its own basis. An essential component of this belief is the awareness of the positivity of the world. It is born out of a rejection, Blumenberg says, of Gnostic dualism. The heresy which, according to him, is inherent in Christianity in both its doctrine of creation and salvation. The German philosopher disagrees with the widespread claim that modernity is a radical renewal of Gnosticism, its new attack. He defends the opposite thesis. It was only modernity that finally had the conditions and tools to transcend Gnosticism. He calls it second overcoming of Gnosticism. If Gnosticism presupposed a dualism rejecting materiality and worldliness, it was only nominalism and its presupposed pull to know things that contributed to its final overcoming. Thus, modernity was born out of the late medieval crisis of Christianity. And this is a quotation from Blumenberg. Copernicus became the protagonist of a new idea of science, not so much because he replaced one world model with another, and thus showed by example what radical incisions into the substance of the tradition were possible, as because he established a new and absolutely universal claim to know. Claim to truth. Within the world, there was no longer to be any boundary to attainable knowledge, and thus to the will to knowledge. The meaning of the Copernican claim to truth was admittedly only to appear and to be confirmed when Galileo and Newton, bringing mechanics to the aid of the anticipatory innovations in cosmology, sent Aristotelian physics into retirement. Copernicus is thus the protagonist of a new mentality that combines curiosity about the world, cognitive courage, and the belief that knowledge can still transcend previous boundaries. Blumenberg analyzes how these beliefs have been ideologized over time, and Copernicus himself mythologized by thinkers from a hybrid of romantic idealism, existentialism, and finally atheism, like Nietzsche and Feuerbach. He himself, eschewing with such extreme interpretations, sees in the brilliant astronomer and thinker the beginning of a new era of human history, an era that did not so much reject God, for in doing so it would be nothing more than the inverse of theology and thus some sort of avatar of it, as it was grounded in Cartesian conviction that God must not be needed in the history of the world itself. However, we do not find such a radical Cartesian formula in Copernicus' works. His entire system is built on the belief that the best creator of reality made everything for man. Blumenberg tries to show how such a statement arises from the interrelated sources, humanism and nominalism. Copernicus, inspired by the mentioned currents of thought, inaugurates the modern cognitive mentality, but he is not the father of secularization. His anthropocentrism does not mean any form of atheism. Please, we have to understand that heliocentrism for Copernicus does not mean rejection of anthropocentrism. To the reverse. He believed that what he discovered, that the universe he is describing was made for man by the greatest and most knowledgeable creator. All of this has some major consequences that Blumenberg himself does not see, which stem from his own understanding of the dynamics of history. Our author believes that secularization does not determine the concept of modernity, just as the theological inspirations of modernity do not disqualify its actual novelty. Science does, and with it, the modern world are not born out of secularization processes. They are not so much about the rejection of something or someone, but about man's discovery of his own greatness. Blumenberg was aware that this discovery for Copernicus did not flow from an assumed or accepted atheism, although the latter did weigh on many later interpretations of the work of the Polish astronomer and thinker. Modernity comes into being precisely when man is able to independently relate to himself and to the world, recognize as valuable and arousing his cognitive curiosity. In a way, the timing of its emergence coincides with the emergence of the sciences. With one and the same gesture, Blumenberg thus dissociates himself from Christianity and its theology, and points out a fundamental fact about modernity and modern science. Genetically, they do not contain the premise of rejecting God. The science that determines much of the character of the modern project, being its defining feature, need not be at all presuppositional, atheistic. My second point, the genesis of the Copernican worldview between continuity and disruption, or theology and modernity. The second monograph of Blumenberg, the genesis of the Copernican world, is de facto attempt to describe and evaluate the place of science in the modern world. That, at least, is how I want to read it here. It is an attempt to take a stand in face of such an understanding of science in which a double assumption is made. Copernican revolution created the modern world. This is the one, and the second assumption. And the modern world itself is a product essentially of changes originating within the self-contained activity called science. And there is a quotation from Blumenberg.
Scientific revolutions, if one were to choose to take their radicalness literally, simply cannot be the last word of a rational conception of history. Otherwise, that conception would have denied to its object the very same rationality that it wanted to assert for itself. So Blumenberg rejects the idea that science influences the cultural world, but is itself independent of it. This is not true for him, that science influences the cultural world, but is itself independent of it. This may come as a surprise to someone who is accustomed to the standard understanding of Blumenberg's legacy in terms of consistently and notoriously demonstrating the independence of the modern era from the epochs that preceded. This approach, however, does not mean abandoning the idea of the legitimacy of the modern era. Continuing in his quest, the German philosopher tries to show the actual relation of the new scientific imagination and modernity as a whole to its historical antecedents. His essential idea thus becomes the task of showing how modernity answers questions that pre-modern era could not. What's more, it's not just the lack of awareness of certain fundamental questions, but more about the intrinsic problems and aporias of pre-modern thinking that could not find a solution and often remained unconscious as well, on the basis of knowledge and cognitive strategies characteristic of antiquity and the Middle Ages. This is the quotation from the translator of Blumenberg into English. Blumenberg describes modernity as an attempt at solving a problem that was implicit in the whole state of late medieval thought about God, man, and the world. It was this problem that made modernity appropriate at a certain point in history, and the absence of which, the fact that it had not yet emerged, explains the absence of modernity at earlier points in time. The conclusions are obvious. The epochs are connected not only in a positive way on the principle that earlier knowledge sponsors its later development. The actual continuity is also, and perhaps more, determined by ignorance or error. It can be seen in the attempt to overcome the dark spots of ignorance of previous eras. Crises are crucial in the development of knowledge, science, and culture. What are the problems involved? In the most general terms, they are related to the essential relationship, sometimes even identification, between philosophy, theology, and the basic understanding of scientific activity in the pre-modern era. In the pre-modern era, all three of these dimensions of knowledge constituted a compact continuum to the point of partially or completely merging with each other. Here we are particularly interested in how Blumenberg understands the role of theology within this continuum. Already in Legitimacy, Blumenberg sees a kind of theological absolutism. Within patristic and medieval reflection, it flows from the combination of two tendencies of late medieval theology: the conviction of God's omnipotence, prioritizing will over reason, voluntarism, and the conviction of God's hiddeness, apophaticism. Such a marriage of ideas directly implies that God becomes the most essential ingredient for understanding the world. If his will determines everything, then it is this will that becomes the indispensable factor opening up the possibility of understanding the world. When we add to this first conviction the second about the hardness of God, the fundamental problem of the theory of cognition and science based on these two assumptions is revealed. God, without whom nothing can be understood at all, remains hidden. Thus, the world is not understood from within it, but from outside it. To some extent, the world is hidden itself. And this is the quotation from Blumenberg. In scholasticism, I think that this is the most crucial one. In scholasticism, the orientation from outside to inside, from above to below, is at the same time the scale of the value and dignity of physical reality. This orientation is governed by the Aristotelian principle that the causal direction of motion determines where above is. Sursum unde est motus. Above is where motion comes from. It is easy to see that this principle would already have made the Copernican reform impossible as an intra-scholastic event. After Copernicus, the majority of the cosmic motions, in particular the appearances of the daily rotation of the heaven, of the fixed stars, and of the sun annual cycle, were to be brought about not from outside to inside, but from above to below, but the reverse, beginning in the system's interior, that is, in Aristotelian language, from below to above. The motion, the revolution of the heaven, of the fixed stars, that for reasons in reality was supposed to possess the most sublime regularity because it represented the closest and most suitable effect of the mover God, was to turn out, in Copernicanism, to be a mere appearance that was caused by the rotation of the lowliest of all the heavenly bodies. The unbearableness of such a reversal for scholasticism and for its cosmological metaphysics is obvious. Only late medieval nominalism as a certain philosophical and theological option allowed such a compact, holistic, harmonious view of reality. Let us recall that, according to Blumenberg, the pre-modern view of the world was characterized by a Gnostic dualism, which Christianity and its soteriology failed to overcome against all efforts. This Gnostic dualism meant that the world needed the constant action of external forces. Nominalists were convinced that although God's will is unlimited in creating the world, potentia Dei absoluta, the concrete structure of the functions of the world point to its concrete, limited expression, which is the world in its observable facticity, potentia Dei ordinata. It is therefore an expression of God's will. Consequently, its truth is contained in itself and can be found in it. Blumenberg finds here an explanation of the continuity and discontinuity of the pre-modern and modern world picture. Although, on the one hand, Copernicus' discoveries would have been more incomprehensible than impossible during the full flowering of scholasticism, its late nominalist version makes them not only possible, but fully comprehensible. In this way, Blumenberg pursues his essential research program, summarized as follows. To me, the exciting historical problem of this epochal turning is precisely not the explanation of the fact of Copernicus's accomplishment or even the affirmation of its necessity, but rather finding the basis of its mere possibility. Ultimately, it's about Copernicus's freedom, but also of the ways in which he takes into account his contemporaries' powers of comprehension, a masterly performance that is quite simply one of the things that still remain to be discovered in his work. The nominalist crisis of the cosmological dogma of Christianity built on the marriage with Aristotle's physics and cosmology is therefore not the content of Copernican breakthrough, but only its condition. The new science, the new attitude to the world is fixed on the ideological acquisitions of the crisis of Christianity, but represents with itself a completely new quality in relation to it. And there is a very beautiful image that he uses, or case that he uses to explain that. An important author of this nominalist tradition for Blumenberg is the Parisian thinker John Buridan. The German historian of ideas finds in his texts confirmation of his belief and at the same time a precursor of the work of Copernicus. it seems that Buridan found biblical support and for the first time suggested to theologians with cautious words that God could be allowed to rest after completing the work of the creation by abdicating his causality. Committendo alis actiones et passiones ad invicem. This, in turn, according to our thinker, has important significance for the new configuration of theology and philosophy. In the last form, in which it was received from the ancient world as natural philosophy, philosophy unexpectedly reformulated its medieval role as ancilla theologiae. In the process, it gained a sort of right of proposal, vis-à-vis theology, a right that contains a high degree of imaginative freedom, precisely as a result of his employment of elements that have not been theologically dogmatized. Reason's self-assertion against theological absolutism is not carried out primarily by throwing off obligations, but by a subversive twisting of the functional orientation of the theological contests themselves. Thus, nature's permanent need for God could be at least partially abrogated and weakened in its effect on consciousness through a detour by way of an entirely appropriate theological critique of the doctrine of the movers of the spheres, that is, by means of a neutralization of the apparatus of the administration of the world. The beginning of the modern age could be marked by the insistence, which had become acute, on the almost anecdotal biblical feature of God's rest after the creation, which had to be made possible by the assumption of an initially commissarial autonomy on the part of the world's powers. From this starting point, one can anticipate the tendency toward the principle of inertia and toward physics assumptions of conservation, the end point of which was to be the turn from the maximalization of theology to its minimalization. Paradoxically, I believe that Blumenberg has shown, inversely to his intentions, that the relationship of the epochs intervening here as the character of has the character of continuation rather than a rupture. He recognized the importance and novelty of the sciences, the importance in breaking Gnosticism, but he himself ultimately succumbed to its charms by seeking the legitimacy of modernity not where it resides. Modernity and its science is a novelty. It has its own status, its own self-understanding. These and similar claims of our author are self-evident. As such, it does not have to be conceived as the end of Christianity, but can fulfill a historical role in its development, can help Christianity to reject gnosis and its dualism that turns its eyes away from the world. In this perspective, modern science can play a therapeutical role in its history. Turning one's eyes to the world does not necessarily mean turning them away from God. The rightful autonomy of created things is not the foundation of atheism, but the way to discover the nature of God's action. At least, in this methodological dimension, medieval nominalism has fulfilled its historical function. Copernicus believes and practices at the same time a science that can be undoubtedly called modern. Only a fundamental question remains here. If modern science is the second overcoming of gnosis, does it sometimes succumb, like much of modern thought, by the way, to Gnostic temptations in its present situation? Perhaps the modern second overcoming of Gnostic heresies was not final, and Blumenberg's hopes proved too early. Perhaps theology, including modern theology in crisis, will again become the condition for its new overcoming. I am coming to conclusions. Contemplation of the sky and its place in human culture. I would like to quote another quotation from Blumenberg, which I think is very beautiful. I will not make a comment on it, but I think that it's very beautiful. It really is. The combined circumstances, this is the very beginning of the book on Copernicus and the genesis of his world. The combined circumstance that we live on Earth and are able to see stars, that the conditions necessary for life do not exclude those necessary for vision, or vice versa, is a remarkably improbable one. This is because the medium in which we live is, on the one hand, just thick enough to enable us to breathe, and to prevent us from being burned up by cosmic rays, while, on the other hand, it is not so opaque as to absorb entirely the light of the stars and block any view of the universe. What a fragile balance between the indispensable and the sublime. I like this quotation very much because it is a kind of argument for adding to our observation, empirical observation of the world, a little bit of contemplation. Just we are a society which always look down. Let's try to look once again to the stars, and let's get this admiration that we can see them. It is not so obvious. It is not so obvious that we can see them and analyze their movements and understand our own position in the world. Two conclusions. The first one is about, what I wanted to say in the first part is that there is no single possibility of interpreting Copernicus in terms of secularism and atheism. And I think that there is no way to interpret science at all, generally speaking, in terms of secularization and atheism. This is not what Blumenberg wanted to say. He just wanted to justify modernity and its way of knowing by saying that we are not secularist version of the Christian theology. But in doing this, I think that he proved that we cannot understand science in the same terms. So if somebody uses the argument from science as the argument for God in existence or for a secularization, this is really a crazy idea. And for sure, Copernicus should not be used for such purposes, because there is no single evidence in his work. He was a believer, a faithful guy, and he was at the same time a person who, believing in God, could be very modern as well, self-centered. And this is what makes me a little bit perplexed in terms of theology. And this is my second conclusion. It concerns theology. Reading Blumenberg's texts confronts us with the question of Aristotelianism place in theological constructs. However, this is not the most important and difficult question it opens up. The real problem for me is the historical reduction of metaphysics to physics, and proceeding behind it, the reduction of theology to physics. What is at stake here is not the separation and opposition of metaphysics, theology, and the sciences. What is at stake is a more skillful separation of competencies that allows unity and unmixing of different points of observation of the same world. The great temptation of theology was the claim to a holistic and total view, accompanied by the adoption of thought patterns from the sciences. On the one hand, theology was formed not only by revelation, but by the philosophy and cosmology of its time, and on the other, armed with such instrumentation, it wanted to become the theory of everything. And I don't want to have a theology which is a theory of everything. Copernicus, as Blumenberg shows, does not reject the theological point of view. The Creator creates the world pro homine. At the same time, he has little problem talking about the world from within. The theological premise no longer determines all knowledge about the world in all its aspects. Theological concepts do not tend to exhaust the description of natural phenomena without losing their relation to reality. The world does not have to be comprehended only from the outside. Theology deals with the world holistically, but from a different perspective than the sciences. This means desobsolutization of theology. If Blumenberg speaks about absolutized version of theology, so I think that what I can read in his as a kind of postulate is desobsolutization of theology. This means desobsolutization of theology, but not paradoxically its loss of centrality. Modernity and its way of acquiring knowledge may prove to be a significant purification of theology. It's not, as in Heidegger's case, that theology has nothing to say about natural reality and that it should not draw knowledge from other disciplines. On the contrary, theology has something indeed important to say about reality, but not from the same point of view as the sciences. And precisely because it has something fundamentally important to say about the world, it needs not so much imitation or competition with the sciences, but creative dialogue and reception. It's about a theology that doesn't gush, but it's able to read the two books of Revelation simultaneously without Gnostic resentment and contempt, without greed and intellectual hubris of being the highest discourse, but also without fear and a sense of inferiority. It's about a theology that is sensitive to the richness of the world, a theology that is synthetic, a theology that is aware of the richness of perspectives and enables their synthesis, a theology that integrates them. It is also about non-ideologized sciences that do not claim to be small or large theological, philosophical meta-discourse. Doesn't all this destroy the foothold of theology in modernity? Doesn't it betray its conviction of being a foundational discourse? I think that if John Milbank is here, he kills me for what I am saying now. Does it not therefore at the same time deprive Christianity of its last apologetic argument? In fact, it seems to be quite the opposite. Copernicus' answer, which Blumenberg somewhat inadvertently brings to us, is obvious. The centrality of Christ and the theology that speaks of him is not of such a kind as to exclude other discourses. In Christ, God incarnate, a new perspective on this Copernican for man opens up, seeing the world from the outside and from the inside converge in him, in Christ, as if at one point, at one moment, looking at Christ opens up and makes it possible to see the world from within and from outside at the same time. It also inaugurates a new quality of contemplation from the outside. It thus conditions, historically and genetically, the possibility of viewing truth from multiple perspectives. For this to happen, however, theology must do its homework on modernity and its way of knowing reality, without the simultaneous reception of ideologized interpretations of it, proclaiming that absoluteness of the subject. Only this will allow it to see Christ even more truly and deeply. Only this will ultimately allow it to tighten the relationship of faith, reason, and science. Fides et ratio et scientia. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we have time for questions to Father Wozniak. Okay, there's a question there. Okay.
Thank you. It's Jeremy. Hello.
So Blumenthal wrote a lot. His books are very long. And so it doesn't surprise me that along the way you can hear different parts of his thinking, and they may even conflict with others. I noticed on one of your slides about the legitimacy that he says, this is Blumenthal now, there was no longer any boundary to attainable knowledge. The meaning of the Copernican claim to truth was admittedly only to appear and be confined when Galileo and Newton, bringing mechanics to the aid of anticipatory innovations, sent Aristotelian physics into retirement. It seems to me that, you know, we're sort of backwards thinking here on what it was that Copernicus was trying to do. To claim that to say that Copernicus had a claim on truth, I think is not the story. I mean, we only have to remember that Osiander wrote the Ad Lectorum, the introduction to Copernicus's book, where he explained that the whole thing was only theoretical. Now, Copernicus was dead by then, so we don't know what his reaction would have been. And it all may have been done to avoid getting into problems with the church. But it's become very clear that, you know, very quickly, science itself showed that it was, what I was going back to, less wrong. Copernicus's orbits were circular, Kepler's were elliptical. And so I think, I don't think it's true that Copernicus had a claim that we would say today that science is everything. I think it's just not true. And as you say, he was a practicing theologian.
I think that Bloomberg wanted to say only that he wanted to know the truth, not to envisage like the totality of truth or to reduce it to the scientific method. He just wanted to know the truth about how it really is. And I think that this is a very simple meaning of what Bloomberg said.
Can we get the projector turned back on again? Because I have a question about one of your other slides. It's which one is? Can we go back to flip this one back? It's back to where he's talking about scholastics. Yeah. Okay. So a thing that bothers me about this, not about your talk, but about Bloomberg, right, is, so he says all these things about the unbearableness of such a reversal for scholasticism. You know, the motion of the heavens for the reality was supposed to possess the most sublime regularity because it represented the closest and most suitable effect of the mover God, etc., etc. Okay. Now, my research is to read what anti-Copernicans wrote. And one of the things, some of what they write is very long and involved, but Father Christoph Scheiner wrote a book called Mathematical Disquisitions in 1614. And this is very shortly after Galileo. And I translated the entire book and published it because it was short and it had lots of pictures. And you know, you can read through Scheiner and also other people I've read, and I've never seen that sentiment. You know, Scheiner, you can read the book yourself and see if you agree or disagree. But I'm bothered by the fact that he's making this assertion about what opponents to Copernicus would have said, but he doesn't seem to have looked at what opponents to Copernicus actually said. He hasn't read. Now, it would have been harder for him at that time to get a hold of Scheiner's disquisitions. Now you can get it on the internet. It's on Google Books in the original Latin. But I'm a little concerned about these sort of broad statements that aren't borne out by reading the opponents.
You know, I love to read such books and I hate them, both, because they make always a huge argument and they try to discover the essence of the movement and evolution, which was usually like for centuries, which took place for centuries. This is why I hate to read them, because they have to generalize. And reading Blumenberg's was very difficult for me, because even if it is a huge generalization, he very often enters into very details of his main ideas. So I hate it and I love it. I think that we need such books and such generalization, and there is a kind of sense that I would say that Blumenberg is right here. I mean, what Michael Heller said as well, I mean, there was a general speaking tendency to this theological way of thinking and of putting God inside the scientific vision before Copernicus. So the world was seen in scholasticism, the world was seen from outside. Always this part was implied in the scientific or philosophical knowledge. And Copernicus does not ask about, I mean, the only theological presupposition he has is just to say that he believes that what he observes is made by the good creator who made everything for man. And then he starts just to do mathematics, his observations, reading books of astronomers, and that's it. I mean, he does not need God to explain something what he wants to address. And then, in this very generalized sense, I think that Blumenberg has something to say.
All I would say is, I would challenge you to find an anti-Copernican scientist of the time, you know, of Galileo and stuff like that, who says these things. For example, Christopher Clavius was the sort of preeminent Jesuit astronomer, you know, of the era before the telescope. And shortly before he dies, the telescopic discoveries are coming on. And you know, he does not, in his last edition of The Sphere, so a guy named Jim Lattice wrote a book about him and includes some significant blocks of quotations. And in his last edition of his famous textbook, you know, he says, look, we've discovered these things with the telescope, and we have to look and see how will this change how we view things. You know, he's not wedded to unbearableness and the sublime regularity. And that language, I mean, I agree with you that what I have read in the past, when I'm reading analysis such as Blumenberg's about how opponents of Copernicus, who generally are church Jesuits, astronomers, others associated with the church, how they speak, yes, that's what I read. When I go read what they wrote, I don't see this.
Of course, Blumenberg is biased by his philosophical circumstances. He, for instance, admires Nietzsche. And this is, I think that what you can perceive in this language is a kind of this romanticism, Nietzschean romanticism of the true revolution of the world. Something happened, new, whatever. That's why we have to exercise the scholasticism, whatever. So you are right. I could feel the same when I read this book. But still, I think that this assumption has something to do with the reality, even if it wasn't applied or used by the Copernicus adversaries. This is a very nice story. I mean, in the 20th century, when this epochal change of theologizing occurred, Fergus Kerr, a British Dominican, he has written a very nice book on the 20th century theology, and he says that all of the big contestants of scholastic theology, they were educated in scholastic theology. So sometimes maybe, I mean, I can see two reasons that they don't mention, I mean, the people you are now addressing, they didn't mention scholasticism because they will train in it and they maybe couldn't see it in this way. This is like a kind of natural ambience of their thought. And maybe they wanted to forget about it. And that's why sometimes you don't say about something you don't want to address. So this is the development by the oblivion, I would say. I don't know.
Well, I think we have to stop at this moment because I think we need to move over to our panel discussion. So let us thank Professor Wozniak again for his very interesting lecture. And now I would like to invite all the panelists to our stage, and we're still waiting for Professor Heller, who probably just need a minute off, so he'll be here back shortly.
So you can use it for have something to eat.
Yes, yeah, because we need to wait for Professor Heller, who will be coming back shortly, I believe. Okay, I think we need to come close to begin our discussion now in panel. So if you could kindly finish your bites, and we just have the best moment now for our conference. So just 1 or 2 minutes, and we're back on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us return to our seats because we need to really start and get going with our panel discussion. So I think this is the most exciting point of our conference, to bring all the lecturers together and have a discussion on in the context of what was said today, or maybe with some other perspectives. And until this very morning, I didn't have much idea of how I should spark this discussion, kind of give some boundary conditions for this. But I just, after first lecture, I very quickly realized that a very fitting starting point would be a quote from a very kind of not very well-known document of John Paul II, which was actually his letter to the, at the time, the director of the Vatican Observatory, Father George Coyne. And John Paul II wrote the following: "Science can purify religion from error and superstition. Religion can purify science from idolatry and false absolutes. Each can draw the other into a wider world, a world in which both can flourish." And I think as I was listening to these different talks, I heard elements of this very clearly coming up. I think the very first element which came up in the first lecture was whether we should drop the Aristotelian ontology of substances in favor of relationality. So maybe this is what science does, yes? Science tells us to really treat the Aristotelian metaphysics as superstition and switch over to relations. Maybe that's what science is demanding from theology. Then the next big question that came up was the free will, right? Maybe science is telling us just to drop free will because this is garbage. and we should really start, and we will start doing good theology when we quit with the whole free will thing, right? Then we came up with the question of time, right? Maybe it's or the multiverse. Maybe we should introduce these things, and then theology will again get right on track. So the way I see this discussion now, maybe each of the panelists will take just 2-3 minutes to kind of relate to this quote, which I think amplify by kind of shortening in a sentence whether it is, maybe this is really the case that what science does is science makes theology less wrong. How would you respond to this question? Does really science make theology less wrong? So let's just maybe exchange some ideas about this by, expressing your views for 2-3 minutes. Then we can initiate some exchange among us, and then at the end ask the audience to relate to what we say. So why don't we start from maybe from the left, from the closest, and how would you relate to that phrase that science is something which, according probably to this, should make theology less wrong?
So we begin with the person who knows the least about theology here. Up here with 4 priests, and I the least qualified on theology. I don't think I agree with the statement. I don't, and I am. In your discussion, in your introduction, you kept describing, well, science says such and such, and it's telling theology to blank. Now, I know. But nevertheless, I feel that too often in these discussions, that is sort of where the point is that like science has the right answer, and we follow science, and then theology can figure out where to go. Brother Guy and I, and Professor Heller is glad to see you throw up another Brother Guy book up on the screen. One of the things that we discuss in our recent book is this issue of 19th century studies of race and what's called the types of man. And we make the argument in the book that these various people who said you can use science to show that there are fixed types of human beings that are separate species and they're not related, and you can use this to justify a lot of bad things. We essentially argue that science that we should not have followed that science. That at that time, the people were very certain that the science pointed to this, and we basically argue that no, it does not matter what science, how much science there is to say that I'm a human being and the person next to me is not, that we need to look at some other sources for knowledge for that. And I sort of lean that way in regards to free will. I fear that sounds like a bad way to head, and we should perhaps think hard on that science. And so making theology less wrong, I'm skeptical.
Thank you. So I come from a different tradition in which arguing with an eminent person is encouraged. So with all respect to the late John Paul II, I too disagree with this statement. Science and religion are really very different. And, the late Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, who was formerly the chief rabbi of Great Britain, he said the following. He says, science gives us the how, religion gives us the why. And it seems to me, in Judaism, we don't really talk about theology much. We really focus on actions rather than theology, which, maybe we could do with some more theology. But I'm not sure that science can purify religion from error. I mean, science isn't addressing what religion, I think, certainly Western text-based religion, which is, we have to remember, that's what we're talking about, right? All of us live in a weird society. Weird being W-E-I-R-D. You've all heard this: Western, educated, industrial, rich, and developed. These are the so-called weird societies. Poland is a weird society. all of Europe is a weird society, the United States is a weird society, but we weren't always like that. So when we talk about religion, I think we have to, focus on the kind of religion that we're practicing, the Abrahamic religions perhaps. And I think that the two areas are so distinct from each other that to ask science to purify religion from anything would be asking it to do something that it's not set out to do. Indeed, you could argue that scientific advances help us understand some of the terrible things that have happened in the name of religion. And you point out to some of them just now with eugenics. That wasn't done in the name of religion, but religions have argued that other people should be wiped out because they are less than, that they don't deserve life on a sort of a theological position. So I think that each really draws into a wider world, and a world in which both will flourish. I love that idea from the Pope that using both we can really understand the world. But I don't think that the one has really got much to say to the other. I mean, I could go on, but that's basically what I wanted to say.
So for the sake of disagreement, now, every time I see that, so the first thing I ask myself is, why did the Pope choose science can purify religion from error and superstition? And, well, didn't make sense if he said science can purify religion from idolatry and false absolutes, and the other way around. So it seems that the words are very well chosen. So there's not an absolute symmetry between science and religion. So the other question comes to my mind is, well, I would have said, instead of science and religion, science and theology. Because religion is something different from theology, and of course something different from faith. And we know that there is, well, at least in the Christian tradition, there is not something like pure faith. That doesn't exist. So there's faith always framed in a cultural milieu, so with some ideas, reflection, is part of that faith, how it is conveyed, is expressed. So in that sense, I think this is beautiful because it reminds us of the circularity between reason and faith, science and religion, and theology. So it's no longer the ancillary model of philosophy, ancilla theologiae, or science or human sciences, ancilla theologiae. And let me say something else, and maybe this is the biggest point of disagreement. I think there are two big lies in the way how we see science. First lie is that science is only interested in the material world. First lie. Science is interested in everything, in the whole reality, material and immaterial, whatever it is. So science is interested in existence, what really exists, reality. And second is that science is only interested in measurement. So it's not true. Science is interested in measurement, in what we can measure, because it is an indirect way of ascertaining something that goes beyond measurement. So these patterns, these structures that go beyond measurement, that it's only an indirect way of testing these sort of things. So in that sense, I think science is interested in reality, and that's why we can have this dialogue with the other way of accessing reality, that is religion, theology, faith, or whatever you like, or philosophy or whatever. And of course, there could be many mediations, but science is interested in the world how it is. Please do not get too involved in the question of methodology, because method is something that evolves. So, and what perhaps wasn't scientific some centuries ago, now is scientific. So science is interested in reality.
Every religion and also every theology, and in fact also human thinking as such, is involved in the image of the world. We cannot do theology, or we cannot think outside of the image of the world in which we live. Of course, the image of the world changes. And in the span of history, it changed a lot. We see that the cosmology of the first chapter of Genesis is quite different than our cosmology today. I am not speaking here about the scientific image of the world. Each of us has its own private image of the world, which is perhaps a composition from various sources, also from science. If science helps us to distinguish what comes from religious sources and what comes from the image of the world, in this sense, science purifies the content of our faith. This is a great service, certainly, science gives to religious thinking. That is my short comment.
Thank you. I would like to go back to Blumenberg. I was talking about, because when I read this statement by John Paul II, what comes to my mind directly is his diagnosis of Gnosticism and Christian theology and broadly religion. He says that, what is the situation? Christianity, when it comes to the world, in the first moment, let's put it this way, 20 years after Christ was dead and rise again, produced a kind of error in itself, which was the biggest one during the centuries, Gnosis, the Gnostic heresy. And we have two gods. This is what Marcion says in the second century, the good one and the bad one. Everything what we see is the production of the bad god. Evil in world, for instance. He is the evil, that's why he produces the evil. And now, fremde Gott, as Harnack says, came to us. He wasn't interested in us, but he is a good one, and this is the one who is revealed in Jesus to save us from this bad world, bad creation of bad God. This has enormous influence in the dialogue between in the knowledge of the natural world and the religion. There is a bifurcation, a dualism which is produced like immediately. That's why St. Paul, St. John, for them this is the most important and the greatest heresy against the incarnation. There is no two gods. But in St. Augustine, because if there is no two gods, if there is no good God and bad God, so it means who's responsible for the evil in the world? Human being. So the first overcoming of Gnosticism was the belief in incarnation, but it was adjacent, it was connected with the belief that we human beings are the source of evil. And this is once again dualism. There is a good God and we are bad, and the whole reality is bad. And precisely, this is why when we are searching for knowledge about the reality, we should not listen and look to this reality, but to transcend it in order to get the knowledge of the good God who saved us. So the knowledge, the truth, is not in the reality, is in living reality. And this is the second overcoming of Gnosticism, which is so important in Blumenberg's understanding of Copernicus event. He reversed it. He didn't recognize this temptation of claiming that a human being and the world is bad. For the first time, he wanted to find the truth
of the world inside it. I mean, I could say the same story from the perspective more of the theory of knowledge, the realism and the nominalism. Realists, medieval realists, and in patristic era, the true, I mean, like in the Platonism, the true truth about the reality resides in God's knowledge, divine ideas. And in order to study the world, we have to study theology. And we can overlook easily and simply and without any error what's going on here. So the second overcoming is connected with Copernicus, is connected with the new way of knowing reality. It doesn't have to entail the atheism, but at the same time is a recuperation of the natural world against the Gnostic heresy. And I think that this is, if I know, the only possible, I mean, without doubt, I would say that this sentence of John Paul II is true in what is described in Blumenberg's books. So, you know what? If I can share my own experience, it is not about my theological brain. It is as well about my religious brain. I need science because it turns my eyes toward reality at the same time without any need to turn it back or out from God. So, two eyes and two visions simultaneously. But there is a huge temptation, and we can see it now reviving once again, the Gnosticism which says this is the bad and rejected by God reality. I think that this is something very important for me, and Blumenberg and John Paul II, they coincide here in this one case. I would say so. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. So, it occurred to me that in this statement, there are too many generalizations for it to be true. What is science? Well, science, you know what science includes. It includes everything from biology. I'm a clinical researcher. I research drugs and devices on human beings. That's part of science. It's astronomy. It's quantum physics. So when we talk about science purifying religion, what bit of science are we talking about? So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, when we say purifying religion, what religion are we talking about? Oh, perhaps the Pope meant Christianity. Well, which kind of Christianity? Catholicism or Protestantism? Or Lutheranism? Or Seventh-day Adventists? The question is, there are no big buckets anymore of science and a big bucket of religion. We have to really sort of focus in on what we mean. Perhaps this means quantum physics can purify a branch of the monotheistic faiths and teach them about what reality is. Maybe. But I think to make a generalization like this, unfortunately, makes this much harder to be true.
So one of my jobs at the Vatican Observatory involved, Father George Coyne passed away in 2020, and we produced an edited version of all of his works, and who got that job was me. And so this letter is in there, and so I know it in a little bit of context, and I'll make an effort to try to I'm not saying this would be a correct interpretation, but I'll offer an interpretation of if you look at the broader thing that John Paul is saying, that science can purify religion from error and superstition. So, for example, that science, the Pope, if you read it, you could sort of see that perhaps what the Pope is talking about is that science can help get down to what is essentials versus what is sort of cultural baggage. In other words, so there's not four corners to the earth, so if you're looking at that, if you're looking at a reference to, the angels went to go to the four corners of the earth or what have you, that this is not a matter of literal importance. So in that way, error and superstition, just sort of that kind of clarification. Religion can purify science from idolatry and false absolutes. I would take that. I would take going back to the eugenics question as an example of that. That in other words, that religion can say, you know, I love science. I'm a scientist. I value science very highly. But if there's a but I am going to be, for religious reasons, because I believe that all human beings are created equal and we're in the image and likeness of God, that if science is telling me, I won't pick on you this time, I'll pick up on other people, that that's a person and that's a lesser person. I'm not interested, you know, I mean, I may be interested in the scientific process on that. I don't want to say I just close my mind, but I'm not going to accept that. You know, in other words, I think that religion, but that my religious faith can help me to say, hey, wait, if science is telling me that these two people are not the same, then I need to look at that, and there's my idolatry and false absolutes. So that's sort of an effort to kind of add, perhaps an incorrect interpretation, but some add on to that broader statement.
So if we still generalize, and we have to generalize in such kind of discussion, so if we take the definition of religion that it is about what ultimately concerns us, let's put it this way, as like in Tillich, that this ultimate concern of everybody of us is a kind of relationship with something or somebody which is ultimate. So we can say that in this process of relating to this something or to this somebody, I personally need science. I am now finishing, but don't worry, this is like the 5th year of my finishing the book on the theology of science. And I am tempted to say maybe this is a good venue to share with you this thing, because I think that sometimes maybe it is a temptation. I really want to finish my book with a general assertion that I think that the history of science is a part of history of our human endeavor to know the reality, is a kind of version of our rationality. And this is why it takes part, or it belongs essentially to the history of salvation. Not everything what science says, because it is in the constant process of evolution, of developing, of changing of mind. This is not about the revelation, and religion is not only about the content. This is about this event of relating with the ultimate concern. This is why I think that science as a new type, for 500 years now on the market, is not only part of our history of salvation because it belongs to the human rationality, and in this sense it helps me to believe. There is no faith without reason, and science is the essential part of the history of human rationality. That's why it has to be essential for religion, for my relating with the ultimate concern of my human being. It's not only accidental, it's essential. And there is, of course, question, did God want science? I think that he wanted it. I don't know.
And where this scientific rationality resides in science, I think in its method. So when we speak in discussions like this about science, we seldom think about physics, quantum cosmology, or biology. We are usually thinking about how science reaches its conclusions. So we speak about method. And if we speak about the relationship between science and religion, we usually think about the method of science. And the method of science is a kind of model of rationality. And in this sense, perhaps you are right.
Yeah, I would like to say, perhaps this is a different angle for this question of relation of science and religion. And I was thinking about Benedict XVI's words. He was questioning about, well, where is God? I mean, where is God? I mean, so you talk continually about God, but where is God? There's no heaven, there's no place where we see God is there. And he said, well, okay, yeah, the problem is that we have a very bad language to speak about God. So things like, for instance, outside, inside, it doesn't convey what God, so the mode of presence of God in the universe becomes something different. And he speaks about representation, and he says that we need new representations in theology. And so is theology to blame because we are theologians, we are not providing new representations to people on how to think about God, God's action in the world. I was thinking about, let me put like 3 or 4 examples. So God is creator. So all of us have a representation of that. What's our representation? Can be purified by science. So we said soul is created directly by God. What do we mean by that? Are we thinking of the ghost that is put inside the ovum fertilized? So we speak about God's actions in plural, in time, but God is eternal. So we don't have a model of God's action. How do we combine God's action, eternal God's action, and God's, effects in our temporal creation? I think there is a lot, very, very much room for purification. And I think that also theology or religion can purify science in the sense that you've spoken. So when you say something that it's beyond what science can say. Who else?
Yeah, I think just because we need to still hear something from the audience.
Of course, all this situation is a little bit even more complicated because this is not, we are not talking only about the one-side influence, but two-side influence. And maybe thinking about, from the perspective of influence on this problem is not right one. But this sentence of John Paul II says that there is a kind of direct influence, or can be at least, might be. But I'm thinking about the author who is very dear to Professor Heller as well, as far as I know, Torrance, this theologian Scottish theologian, and he has like 2 books in which he proves that, for instance, the modern physical idea of time and space was present already in 4th century in Saint Athanasius. Because when he was thinking about Christ coming down from heaven to the earth, the question was, if he is the absolute God, how it is possible that he changes his place in time and that he indwells in something what is limited? That's why Saint Athanasius had to pose the question, what is time? What the space is? And he advanced the new knowledge, the physical knowledge, the empirical knowledge, without any kind of empirical methodology. So this is a kind of singular universe of rationality and thought. So, we can see this. I don't want to say that Saint Athanasius influenced Einstein. No. But he, what's the good word to use it? Prophesied about the new physics, or saw something differently from the perspective of his cosmology, the cosmology of his time and philosophy of his time. Looking to the very essence of religion, you can discover something what is not observable now, but can be observable in the future. And even something what is
without explanation in terms of religion. Maybe we can envisage it from this perspective as well. Saint Athanasius couldn't explain what he understood, but Einstein probably could help him to understand what he said about time and space in the Incarnation.
Well, I think we as speakers have talked enough. Now let us see if there is any questions from the audience. Do you have any questions to any of the speakers or in general? So now it's the time for some questions from the audience. And we can continue, but let's see if you have any thoughts on what we have said so far.
Wojciech, let them think, and I have to answer because I promised to answer during.
Okay, so okay.
And this is the same, and this is the very same idea I just described, talking about Saint Athanasius. About the free will. I mean, first of all, we have to distinguish freedom and free choice. Two absolutely distinct things. I mean, the fathers of the church, they asserted many times and in many places that the free choice appeared only after original fall. What was before? Human being was free or not? Saint Maximus Confessor, for instance, differentiates two kinds of freedom. The one is, he names it natural freedom, which has nothing to do with the free choice. This is, I mean, when you are what you are free. This is freedom for him. Free choice appears only after fall for him. So I think that what you said about free choice and this intersection with the neurosciences today could be addressed from this perspective. Once again, the father of the church from the 7th century advances something, and this is very important and essential because nobody cares about Saint Maximus the Confessor today. I mean, very little people, maybe 10 or 15% who know something about him. But neurosciences are going to, they already posed the question, and who knows if the answer will not be in two directions. I mean, first to distinguish freedom from free choice, and then to determine free choice, which is more like susceptible to the empirical observation from freedom. I don't know.
Okay, and the one came up the question from the audience, or can we? Or yes, okay, go ahead.
Będzie uprzejmy przetłumaczyć. Przede wszystkim bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za wspaniałą wiedzę,
knowledge that I have received when I was listening to all the contributions. First of all, I come from Katowice. I was brought up in the generation of John Paul II. I am 82 years old, so I had the possibility of listening to Karol Wojtyła when I was in Krakow, when I was a student, and also in Wadowice when he was coming there, when he visited his hometown. Obviously, it was quite difficult to read his contributions and what he wrote, because he wrote in a very philosophical language, and sometimes it was difficult to comprehend. However, it was very easy to listen to him. He was able to explain many issues. So let me refer to what you said, what Professor Wozniak said, that freedom, as John Paul II said, is given to us. The same like free will. They have been given to us, granted upon us. And what you said in the panel discussion, let me tell you that John Paul II really appreciated science and knowledge. I am a microbiologist. I do analysis. So I completely agree with what you say about scientific discoveries. But for myself, as a believer, because I'm also a believer, and I'm really deeply rooted in what the Holy Scripture says, so this helps me to have a look at some statements, to understand some statements. So I believe that science is helpful, but it cannot distort some truths. That is why, with all my heart, I am a great advocate of what John Paul II said, and I think that what I have heard today from the great speakers helps me to solidify my faith. And I would like to thank very much for it. Also, I would like to say that I graduated from the same university, from the same school in Wadowice that John Paul II attended. So it is always with a great attention that I listen to anything that concerns our great Pole. Thank you very much. My name is Maria Talaga. Thank you very much. And there was one more question.
I have two questions to Professor Heller. The first, can the unique conditions that determine the possibility of life in the cosmos, including human beings, be the ultimate argument for the existence of God as the architect of the universe? And the second, could it be possible that revelations was several many times in the universe? Thank you.
Jest prośba, żeby pan powtórzył pytania, dlatego że profesor nie dobrze słyszy. Nie za dobrze słychać. Najlepiej po polsku i z jakby pan po polsku.
Repeat the question.
Pytanie,
First question. The first question. The first question.
Czy biorąc pod uwagę
given the
warunki,
conditions that determine the existence of life in the universe, and in particular human existence in the universe, can this serve as an argument for God's existence, God as the architect of the universe? And the second question.
Drugie pytanie.
And the second question was concerned.
Czy możliwe jest?
So is it possible that God's revelation happened or was present more not only on earth but also in the universe? So was it possible more than once?
Istnieniu, które jest inteligentne.
To some intelligent being.
Should I answer in Polish or in English? Może po polsku, jak panie łaskawie przetłumaczą. Pierwsze pytanie.
So the first question is, is there any existence of any extraterrestrial creatures? Is it an argument for the existence of God? Well, not necessarily. There are other stars, and some people say that they have been created by God, whereas others say that they weren't. So it's not a defining argument or defining proof. And the second question was the multitude of revelations. In my paper, I tried to show that there could have been other revelations, but they could have been drastically different and perhaps not comprehensible for us. And I believe that they could be even completely different than those on earth, because God could reveal himself in a more perfect mind, in a more perfect form. So let's not get into theological fantasy. We don't know it. So perhaps we will know it at some point. And I personally do appreciate this statement, I don't know. If I know. So, from the field of great possibilities, I choose only one and reject all others. But I may be mistaken. When I don't know, I have all the possibilities at disposal and I can be speculating. So, in the progress of science, when we start with some research, I don't know is the starting point. I try to differentiate something that I don't know, and I follow this direction. Thank you. We cannot hear the question in the booth.
I just wanted to point one thing out in your very perceptive question about would extraterrestrial life be a proof of God? Look, we are extraterrestrials, right? I mean, here we are. We're exactly what you're looking for, life in the universe. We are life in the universe on this earth. And yet, as we know, many, perhaps most people, don't see that as a sign that there is a God. So I'm not sure that finding more intelligent beings would change that equation when we know very well that the intelligent beings here on this little pale blue dot, many of them don't see God in their lives, even though they have this evidence around them.
Continuing your line of reasoning, I would doubt, looking at us, what we are doing on the earth, whether in the universe there is intelligent life at all.
And what I would like to add to this discussion, especially the question on the revelation, is very simple but very fundamental as well at the same time. I mean, today we operated with the very reduced idea of revelation as knowledge. But this is very outdated idea of revelation. Revelation is interpersonal event which contains knowledge, not as a side effect, but first of all by revelation, especially I think that this is a Judeo-Christian understanding of revelation. The concept of revelation as a knowledge appeared only in 17th century. And the revelation seen from the biblical perspective is what Karl Rahner names autodonation. God gives himself to the creation. As father gives himself to his children, as husband gives himself to his wife, as friend gives himself to his friend. And part of this event of giving, of relating, of being with, of being toward is knowledge. But knowledge is like a second moment of revelation. So from this perspective, it's reasonable because all of these questions were addressed by the fathers of the church. Saint Irenaeus, for instance, in the 2nd century, fighting with Gnostics, he says, God can reveal, it means to give himself to whom he wants, when he wants, and because of what he wants, and how he wants. He's free. He's free, really free, in giving himself. And they were talking as well about, the revelation, once we understand it as an event of autodonation of God, can be here, but has its effects in the whole universe. I don't think so. I mean that maybe the quantum physics could be here, entangled processes. Yeah, but I think that, this is one of the possibility of knowing how it is possible that universale concretum, that Christ occurs here as the sum, as the summit of the outer donation of God. He gives us life, friendship, relationship. He gives us wisdom and knowledge. And what happens here has its results and effects everywhere, for everybody, and in every single moment of time.
Well, if you use the quantum model.
This is what I said.
But just remember, it's just a model.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, coming back to the question of free will and freedom, I think there is more to it than what you said. So, of course, freedom is different from free will, but I think there's something essential in freedom for religion and for Christianity. Benedict XVI says that a way of describing Christianity is a philosophy of freedom, so it's essential. And even though freedom, I was thinking about saints in heaven, or if you wish, before the fall, but still you have self-determination. I think it's essential in freedom, self-determination. So I am a principle, a cause of what's going to happen, of my decision. So I, as a person, so that's essential. And I think there's a point in what Jeremy said about freedom, because perhaps it could be possible that neuroscience could put this into question, saying that maybe there is no something like self-determination. It's only a question of determination by lower processes, neurological processes. So that makes sense. Now, my point is that I think that in quantum physics, there are strong arguments denying that possibility. And why is that? Because we have what is known as EPR correlations, Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen correlations, where so quantum mechanics is shown that it works, and it rules out the possibility of hidden variables. So there is something like determination of nature in itself at that moment that cannot be predicted or cannot come from hidden variables that are working from ancient times or whatever. So the only logical way out of that reasoning is admitting that everything is determined from the very beginning, from the Big Bang. So that's called superdeterminism. But the problem with that is that that cannot be falsified. So it's essentially unfalsifiable, because how do we falsify the possibility that everything is determined from the Big Bang? It's impossible. And you can even think that, well, if you tell me that I'm not free because you can't predict what I'm going to do next, then once you tell me that, I will deny. So I will do the opposite. So it's, I think, well, I don't see whether that's something that we can make some progress on. So.
Well, I think we could continue our great conversation for hours now, but I think our time is up for today. So I don't think I'm in a position to summarize this, because there's no good summary to this subject, I believe. Well, I think theology and science can influence each other, but they have to remember that they have their own autonomy. And I think we're safe as long as we protect the autonomy of each of the disciplines. Of course, there are interactions, but there must be autonomy. So I think this is like a very little comment that I can make at the end. And well, this is the point where I have to thank first and foremost to all the distinguished speakers and panelists. Thank you very much for your wonderful contributions and the great time I think we all had here today at this conference. Of course, our thanks go to the organizers, to the Museum of John Paul II in Wadowice and the University of John Paul II for preparing all of this for us and hosting us here. So let us maybe in just a second in one applaud. First of all, thank again all the speakers, and then all who in any way contributed to this wonderful event, and that we could all meet, remember the person of John Paul II, and especially his contribution to the continuing now dialogue on faith and reason. So just without prolonging it too much, thank you very much for everyone who contributed to this event. Thank you very much for your attendance to the conference. Again, the speakers, organizers, thank you very much, and hopefully see you in the future in a great conversation like this. Thanks a lot.